Why is it... People have been putting questions in and it's not got them. It's not producing them when I press the Q release button. What's it What's happened?
So if they're putting it... So something that I've noticed with YouTube...
Yeah?
is that it does not open the... Okay, nope. So we are live.
Yeah?
Interesting.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Fleet, how you doing?
Sorry, I'm slightly late. I was doing something else.
Don't worry. Hello, everyone.
I didn't get to test my own stream with the bot, so I don't know.
You'll get to do it
I don't
eventually.
know if
You'll get to do it soon. You'll get to do it soon. It's kind of like me at the moment and looking at... I honestly did look at the shower this morning and thought I'd really like one. Then I remembered that I didn't have time to go to swimming pool because I had to do all the stuff today. I'm just going to do a quick wash. And we have no hot water. So I thought, for a cold shower, whilst I normally don't worry about it, I don't think I am I'm far enough away from having the pneumonia to want to risk giving myself a cold shower. If that makes sense. Paul, the second half of your question kind of got lost there, didn't it? It's got... What a more significant impact naval warfare, carriers or MPA, maritime patrol aircraft, I'm presuming. And... Oh, it's hard to argue about the carriers, because the carriers are sort of portable maritime patrol aircraft, don't they? They're air group. So it's kind of like one kind of subsumes the other, but there again, both are kind of useful. Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear myself. I'm hoping you can hear Fleet. I can hope you can hear Runon.
Hello.
We are... The question is... The question bot is working, but Knights of Gallantry 1, it's got your second part of your question, so I'm not sure what's happened to your first part.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Something's happened. It's being sorted out. Basically, the bot worked perfectly last week during the Historiophon. So probably this week it's going, right then, I did that. I'm now going to take a holiday this weekend.
It had better not, given what's happening tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, did you stream today? Because I didn't see any notification that you streamed today.
I was trying to, and then things changed. I didn't have time.
I can see that. I recommend a test stream very early tomorrow morning.
Yeah, well, I can't get up too early.
Oh, I know.
I'm not a suffering insomniac.
Did I not say and welcome from Raleigh as well? I'm sorry, everyone. Apparently, I missed out. And he's wearing his jazzy sweater still, because, believe it or not, he changes his sweater every day. We do have 4. We put them out for him. He picks which one he wants to wear that day. Very rarely does he choose the second one in a day in a row. The same one 2 days in a row. But sorry. Somehow I got corgi fluff in my mouth. And you ordered a poodle, so where's the corgi fluff coming from? And basically, he decided he hadn't got enough compliments on his jazzy sweater yesterday, so he's decided to wear it again today and go, hello. Where do I get the poodle sweaters? I can answer that question quite easily. We get them mostly from Amazon, but also some various pet stores in the UK. Dog sweaters are quite a thing for some reason. And we would never have got one for our dog, but someone, again not naming names, but someone walked into a dog store with his papa to go and look for, because they were looking for a lead, and his papa, the papa might have picked up a lead, and while they were picking up the lead and saw it, someone, again not naming names, might have pulled the jumper, a new sweater, off the shelf, and carried it round with himself for the rest of the trip round the pet store. So Papa, being a slightly nutty Papa, actually bought it for him, thinking, yeah, I'll put him on it once, he'll never want it again. That was 10 sweaters ago. He gets depressed when they reach the point at which he cannot wear them anymore. He honestly gets depressed. I have no idea why did my life come to this. How are you two doing? How's your weekend been going? Because you'll know how my weekend's been going because I've been talking about it online. And I'm currently got no hot water.
I've been very excited because it's the day tomorrow, and Drac was on Ramblings on Friday.
Yes.
So I've had a really good weekend. So I'm very excited.
That's good. I like you being excited. It's good. How about you, Ronan?
Not too bad.
I can see a lot of plastic stuff.
Kinda lazy.
Plastic stuff you've been going through.
Yep.
Good boy. At least none of you have had to also listen to the other thing I've been having to listen to. My mother trying out a new first-person shooter. I'm not sure which one it was she was trying, but apparently the enemies were very silly little boys. I'm not sure. I honestly, I'm not sure if I could beat a teenage boy that's getting taken out by a 21 again for the nth time lady on who's over the voice chat who's basically telling me I'm a naughty little boy. I'm just not sure how it would go down. Oh, yeah. All right. So,
When you do get a chance, Doctor, just make sure that the commands are enabled in StreamerBot.
yeah, I'll pop it, check it, and then we'll start the questions.
Seems to be a touch hit and miss. I'm currently looking up a ship that we have been asked about.
That's good.
And World of Warships. Yes, Steve, I was up late last night, but then also I woke up late the day beforehand because, you know, what is a sleep schedule when you have ADHD? We're 8.
The fact that there's now one on my channel named Woe Wuss Monkey worries me for some reason. But the only ones which seem to be not enabled on my command are presentations 1, 2, and 3.
What type of monkey is in your channel?
Woe Wuss Chat. Oh, it's in the commands. It's in the channel monkey. Woe Wuss Chat. Woe Wuss Monkey.
Oh, wows. Yeah, that's
I know. What a
that was so that I could.
But pronouncing
Yeah.
it badly makes it sound like Woe Wuss. Okay. All right. So let's. Yeah, that's working about as well as it can be. So, Knight 6831, we've got your full question now. If the British E2C, aka the E2K Hawkeye A1, as it would have been known, with wet-wing ability to carry 2 external 506 later drop tanks and a refueling probe, would any of these have been built into USN Hawkeyes? Well, A, we have no idea what the Hawkeye would have been known in British standards, because whilst there is the habit the British still have to this day of sometimes completely renaming things, which when they get them from the Americans, because they don't like the name. They still do it, by the way. We think it stopped with the Martlet and the Wildcat, Martlet / Wildcat. No, it didn't. It's carried on. It's carried on. But, in terms of the British, it would depend what fit they decide to go with and what they want to go with. What do they want to go with? That's the question. And if anyone's hearing a lot of beeps from Discord, I have no way of stopping that because I have to have Discord open to be able to hear the very nice people chatting away to me. And I have 2 different types of Discord open. And if I do anything in either one of them, it causes fun with the other one. So, yeah. because, believe it or not, the app won't allow me to have two spaces open at the same time, so I have to be logged in both through my browser and through the app. So apologies. Now, Channel, what is the historicity of the Tier 8 German coal ship Anhalt, and how practical design is it? Okay, for me to get that one, I'm going to have to do a little bit of a checking into Steam.
I got it. I got it.
You got a picture?
Yep.
Oh, goody. While you're looking at it, I'll answer Hellbreak Loose question. Could lasers
They're
be
inbound
installed...
to your
chat? Thank you.
Yep. They just popped up in.
Thank you. Hellbreak Loose. Could laser systems be installed aboard hospital ships? No. You're not allowed to install any weapons at all, including defensive weapons. I think they can just about carry sidearms, but I think that's about it. I think they're allowed sidearms, and that's it. I think that's also something which might have to change, or you might get nations preferring to create casualty receiving ships rather than hospital ships. Because casualty receiving ships they're not under the same rules as hospital ships. They can carry defensive weapons, but also they are not required to broadcast their positions, but they're not given the same protections as hospital ships. They're still considered warships. So a hospital ship is not considered a warship in the eyes of international law. So therefore should not be attacked, and so therefore it doesn't carry weapons, so it cannot be accused of being a warship. However, when you consider the engagement ranges of missiles, etc., these things become problematic. So at that point, that's when we start to go, well, you know what, maybe a casualty receiving ship is a better option. So, okay, let's have a look at this vessel. This is the Tier 8 coal ship.
He's armed with 350 mils and 6 twin 105s and 8 single 150s.
Okay. So it's armed with 14-inch guns, 4-inch guns, and 6-inch guns.
Why did they keep the waist barbette mounts?
I'm still surprised the Vickers salesman managed to get to Germany.
I'm not surprised the Vickers salesman got to Germany, but you know, I'm surprised they kept waist barbette mounts. Why? Who hurt you?
The fact they have 15 14-inch guns, that's pretty potent. Again, they have a triple turret design, and again, the only people in Europe producing a triple turret design at this point were Vickers, or the Italians, or the Austro-Hungarians, to an extent.
And then just base speed is 25 knots.
So they've imported Parsons turbines again.
Yeah,
because they're not getting in the German manufactured turbines at that time.
For the AA mounts, well, it does appear to be semi-modern because I see at least one radar array on it, 2 radar arrays on it.
So it's been modernized because it has got a modern style superstructure and funnel arrangement ish, modern-ish. And I'd say the 4-inch secondaries are modern.
For her AA fit, she's got 14 single 20s, 16 quad 20s, 10 twin 37s, and 6 twin 105s.
So basically,
which means it's got a dual purpose secondary battery.
So this ship is lovely, but where's it come from in the German design history? Because they liked twin turrets, and their turrets tended to be more angular than that, and that turret design looks like it's from a pre-dreadnought. Have you seen this turret design?
It looks very squished, but I think that's an indication that the Vickers salesman did not hop the channel, because look at the spacing between the guns. They're probably still using the side breech blocks.
Oh, yeah, that's very clearly Krupp's influence. Although I question what idiot politely decided that this ship was a decent thing to build. That rear turret is just unnecessary. Just why? Why is it there?
More gun,
Why?
more better. As an American, I support this decision of adding more gun.
For the cost of adding that more gun and that incredibly lengthened deck space to the rear of the ship, you could probably get 5 ships with 4 guns and without that extra extension for every 4 of these you could get.
But more gun.
That is not always a good reason to extend a ship outwards.
It is for America.
Ask the Agincourt how that one went.
That turret design just
And even
looks
then, she
terrible to me.
and even then she was better laid out than this. This is I just. What were the designers drinking, and where can I get some?
Schnapps. A lot of schnapps. Or, well, given that this is a paper ship, and I don't know, do they give us...
Could you...
They don't...
What are you doing? Sorry, I'm talking to a poodle who suddenly decided to start playing the didgeridoo on my chair.
Okay. The design blurb from it is... You should not be able to type. Okay, let me deal with you. Ah, there you are.
Okay. The triple turrets look Austrian.
Done.
No, the Austrian turrets look better than that, John UK. They look better than that. Do not besmirch the good Austrian ship design by saying their turrets look like this.
So the design
definitely not allow
blurb
that.
is... The design blurb from Wargaming is, in 1916, Kaiser Wilhelm II received initial drafts for a fresh battleship derived from the design principles embedded in Battleship Bayern. One of the projects featured 5 main caliber turrets, 3 of which were located in the ship's rear. To improve stability, it would have been necessary to increase the ship's length and move 2 turrets to the deck below. Under one of the variants, the ship's armaments consisted of 5 triple gun turrets housing 350mm guns. However, their defeat in World War I prevented Germany from laying the new ship down.
Also, the fact they weren't building 14-inch guns at a time.
Infrastructure, but you know.
Yeah.
I'd also say that any German World War I era capital ship mounting triple turrets is just a fallacy in and of itself.
Yes, but it's wargaming, so the facts are made up and reality doesn't matter.
Why are they building a 14-inch gunship when they got the Bayern? They've got 15-inch guns. Surely you go with triple 15s. You've got the 15-inch gun. You've got a one you've already done. Why go and develop a whole new gun? Why would you develop another gun?
Listen, if it's that big of a deal, dial up Tookie and ask him.
Don't joke, I will do.
'Cause I sure as crap can't tell you.
Linguistics.
Oh, man.
Stakeout questions. Just stick an exclamation mark question and then write it so it goes into the set of questions we're going through. Yeah. Where is the historicity of it? I'm look, knowing World of Warships as I do, they will have found something. Whether or not they found something which was, well, you know how you do with bosses. You give them 3 options, one of which is completely crazy, so they definitely take it, and 2 which are basically the same thing, but stated slightly different ways. So they pick a sensible idea, right? I'm presuming they found and that was the crazy option. Hello. Oh, good lord. The amount of times you are getting incredibly needy these days. You are, you poodle. Yes, you're incredibly needy. Yeah. Give a second. Thank you. So.
Navweps. Okay. And Dan Friedman is putting forward the 35cm gun that the Austro-Hungarians have.
Yeah, but in nicest way, that means the Austrians aren't getting the guns they need. So basically you're saying for us to build these battleships, the Austrians don't get the guns they're building. Because the Austrians have, the Austrians could build the German guns for them. But that's going to mean they're not building the guns they need, and they're building 15-inch guns. So you're basically saying the Austrians aren't going to shut down their 15-inch gun program to build 14-inch guns for the German Navy.
Mm-hmm.
And in a nice way, no one sensible would ask them to, especially when you've gone to all that money to develop a 15-inch gun. Use the 15-inch gun. Hello, where are you trying to get to, Poodle?
Did we answer Knight's question
We did.
on the Hawkeyes?
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the first one I did. Should navies bring back Dazzle Splinter camouflage? I like it. But honestly, these days, what you need is a paint scheme which does disrupt your imagery to an extent to make it more difficult for AI to pick you out and other sensors to pick you out. But yeah, there's limitations to how much that can achieve. But there's also the fact I would say you need to paint more. Paint schemes these days need to be more about peacetime than they do about wartime.
Mm-hmm.
I think we are I think, to an extent, we're still doing the grey because the grey made a lot of sense for many years. I do agree, but I'd say today with modern sensors being less and less about the eyeball and more about radar returns, etc. Whilst I wouldn't like ships to go completely all black, I think that would make them look a bit weird these days if they were all that. But you know, I do think starting to come to the point of, well, we can be slightly more adventurous in the colour scheme because ultimately, if we're engaging our opponent at a distance of 200 miles, it wouldn't matter if we were bright pink. It really doesn't. At 200 miles, there's no way they're visually spotting us. Or it's entirely sensors. Entirely sensors. What about you, Fleet? And you should really get used to answering questions because you're going to be dealing with tomorrow, and you're going to be getting a lot of things coming at you. And you never know, we might even chuck in some Trafalgar questions for you tomorrow.
Hey, whoa, hold on. That's one thing I'm not allowing you to do tomorrow.
Who said anything about me?
What was the formation that Nelson was in technical command of?
Now is not the time. I'm not really geared up for it right now.
Do you think you're only going to get softballs tomorrow?
No, but tomorrow I'll be geared up for it. I'll be hyped. I'll be ready to rock and roll all night.
You'll have me, Drac, and Simon at least, and that's saying that the other person who's going to be there is going to be in a good mood, and I would never say that about her. But you know, she's got a good questioning skills on her.
I'm telling you, Fleet, if you're not prepped on your day off, I don't know how prepped you're going to be when your day is on.
I have to be in a certain mindset. Like I put myself in a mindset when I'm answering questions, and for some reason because I've had to go and do something when I wasn't planning to. My mind's not quite where it normally is.
All right, we'll be nice to you. So this is from Paul from Chicago's question about whether carriers or maritime patrol aircraft are more significant for naval warfare. I'd say both have been very significant, but I'd say carriers because they also provide a significant capability in terms of maritime patrol aircraft, in terms of their aircraft doing the patrol duties, and the fact you can take them around with you and they can provide everything else as well have probably outstretched it. But I would say few things have had a bigger effect on the arguments people make for submarines being the future of naval warfare than maritime patrol aircraft. Although they don't get the attention about it that they deserve. It's almost always a heavy bomber has forced the fleet to go underwater, and you go, no, it's not. It's the maritime patrol aircraft, not the heavy bomber. It's the converted airliner over there, not the sexy stealth bomber over that way. I know that's the one you want to take the photos of, but it's that one which has caused them to go underwater. And that one's also the biggest threat to them underwater. Channel. What is the historicity of the Tier 8 ship Anop? Wasn't that the one we just looked at?
Yes, it is.
Good. Right, back. Ramol, question 1. Thoughts of the Soviet Kinder and Kresta class cruisers. Do you think they're better than Leahy and Belknap classes? They're not bad ships,
Well,
but
there's-
I
there's
honestly
some-
don't think so.
There's also debate that goes around all the time whether the Crestas are frigates or cruisers.
What did the Soviet Navy call them?
Cruisers.
So what should we call them?
Cruisers. Well, depends.
The Crestas, I've only ever known the Crestas as frigates. But then again, my source is not academic in nature, so.
It's this weird thing. It's this whole thing with naming schemes. And
To be in
designations
a nicest
that
way,
Cold
they
War
are
brings
built
to
in
life.
1966 and they display 7,500 tons fully loaded. They are
Not
well
that
within.
big.
That's not that big, but that's well within acceptable cruiser for that point, considering the Arafuser class were not that long ago, and was still, I think, some of them were still wandering around at that point. So, in a nicest way, you can't, in a world which still has Didos and Atlantas wandering around, and Arafusers in certain places, I think, from memory, you cannot then complain something just because it's not massive, not over 10,000 tons, is not a cruiser. Especially when you consider it in the context of the other vessels that they have. And the Kinder class, they're about the same. And if you consider most frigates in that period, we're talking about 2,000 tons. So, you know, it fits.
If it fits, it is.
Now, so do you think they're better? Ramal, depends what you want to do. Honestly, does depend on what you're going to do. In most cases, I'd probably go with a Leahy or a Belknap because they were slightly more reliable than the Crestas and Kinders. But there are certain circumstances, like if I wanted to launch an absolutely massive heavy missile strike on a enemy task group, I'd probably go with the Soviet ships. That fit or disagree?
Sounds about right to me, boss.
Yeah, he's pretty much got it in one.
Different horses for different courses.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hell breaks loose. I read an article that the Royal Navy should get SSKs. How useful would they be? Look, it's the same argument you get into.
SSKs.
The Royal Navy did used to have SSKs, but let's get into this. The same arguments used for SSKs usually boils down to as it's a force multiplier, etc., and all these things for something, and it is. It really is. But it's the same thing works with the Royal Navy as does with the US Navy, in that if we look at what the Royal Navy and US Navy are doing, they're both procuring and majorly investing in ultra-large or extra-large undersea, uncrewed undersea vehicles, which basically are going to overlap and do pretty much 80% of the role of an SSK, the advantages an SSK would give you. So pretty much the Royal Navy and US Navy are going down the route of, well, if we're going to have a training pipeline and a construction pipeline, it's far easier for us to concentrate on one type of crewed submarine, nuclear, and one type of uncrewed submarine, which would be the SSK. So that's pretty much what the Royal Navy's doing. Now, it's a fun thing to look. It's interesting to go on, but again, the point of going for the SSKs, they could be useful, but again, for the British, it's the same problem for the British as the Australians had with the SSKs, in that realistically, for Britain to get an SSK which would fit their requirements these days, they would have to build entirely from scratch a new build, because none of the SSKs on the market have the range for what they want to do. And you're not going to get a yard, do the investments and all those things to be able to build those submarines if you're not going to be able to give them a long-term contracts. And that's the other big problem. So for the British, as useful as they might be for things like UK home to defence and control of certain key passageways, that we maintain a presence in as long as the government doesn't decide to start handing over other sovereign territories. Um, the UV does the job. The XL UV will do the job.
I would also like to throw in there that a unmanned or optionally manned submarine SSK
Yeah.
is going to be slightly better, or is going to be slightly more efficient from an engineering perspective, because there's a lot of systems which don't care about sea pressure. They just care about staying dry, and you have a lot less wattage that you have to devote for things like breathable air and lighting and heaters and toilets and cooking and such. So
Yeah.
you can put in some smaller systems if you don't have the crew, or you can use the same size systems but get longer endurance out of them.
And I will also point out that not procuring SSKs is like, yes, it's a force multiplier, but here's the thing. By having the fleet size of
Currently, you'd be better off
use
putting
brain.
the money into just buying another. The same amount of money you'd spend on probably procuring and having set up the system and everything to procure 3 or 4 SSKs would be enough to buy 2 to 3 extra SSNs, and that's far more useful.
Yeah,
Because the amount of money you'd have to
also,
spend in investing and creating the systems to support them.
Yeah, I'd also like to point out that the fleet size we have is basically almost by accident, if not intention. You've basically got a size where we can just constantly keep a rolling order going. The yard should, in theory, never stop going. By the time we're done with the last of the astutes, whatever's replacing them will probably be looking to be laid down.
We're already building the dreadnoughts. In there.
Yeah, so the dreadnoughts, and when the dreadnoughts are done, whatever the astute replacement will be, you know,
Orcus.
so on. You just keep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just
we know
keep
what
it
we know
gradually
what it'll
going,
be.
and you don't stop.
Yeah, it's better if you can keep your yards constantly in work, because it's a lot cheaper that way than spooling them up and then letting them drop, and then spooling them up and letting them drop. It's far cheaper to keep them just in a constant production run.
Yeah.
Which is why we know who's going to get the Type 83 project. It's going to go to the same yard which is building Type 26, which is why they're investing so much in building new infrastructure. Whilst building the Type 26, people keep going, if this is for the Type 26, you're going, it's not! They're already built the Type 26 there, on the site. They literally can build it where they're building it. But they're putting all this new infrastructure in place for the next project, which they're paying for while they're building the Type 80 and Type 26. Because it makes sense to do that.
All right, I'm going to do the psychic damage to everybody on the panel and those of us who are lucky enough to be on Twitch. Blackburn Maximus. Why don't oysters donate to charity? Because they're shellfish.
Oh, my lord. You do not want to see the facial expression the poodle is pulling. No one wants to see the facial expression the poodle is pulling. Okay, we're going to go to Matthew Blair as quickly as we can. What would World War II look like for the Royal Navy had the Fleet Air Arm and Coastal Command been given to them in 1929? The Royal Navy probably has a decent fighter program. They might have gone with slightly... It's going to sound strange. They might make a slightly different... They probably still have armoured carriers because of the realities of radar and those things, getting those into service. But they might have a slightly different design of armoured carrier, and they'd have more aircraft.
Yeah.
But also, if you have Coastal Command as well, then I wouldn't be surprised if the Royal Air Force is really, really worried, because the Royal Navy will have gone too short for the Sunderlands and will have ordered a huge amount of them. Because that's what the Royal Navy would have picked for their Coastal Command aircraft. They would have basically been building Sunderlands and maybe even bought some Catalinas from the States as well.
You might actually see... You might even see them go for something bigger than a Sunderland as well, for work in the Atlantic. And by that I mean as in the Atlantic, all the way in the Atlantic, the middle of the Atlantic.
Yeah, they would. They want something which could cross the Atlantic. The British, the Royal Navy's perspective would be, if it can't go back between here and Canada, it ain't worthwhile. If it can't do that in one hop.
By the way, we don't mean go to Canada, land and return. No, we mean go to Canada, hover, and then come back again. You ain't landing.
There might not be. We honestly can't speak for how how good the infrastructure will be in Canada because it's a responsibility of the Canadian government, and we know what they do to the infrastructure and cruisers.
Yeah.
It's like half the time when people go, the Royal Navy should have given the Canadian Navy this. You have to realise the Royal Navy has great respect for the Royal Canadian Navy. They do not trust the Canadian government to actually do any maintenance on anything or give them the money they need to maintain anything at all. So the Royal Navy's view on anything they give to Canada, if Canada's buying it themselves, great. If the Royal Navy's giving it to them, it's got to be something the Royal Navy doesn't expect to get back.
All right, so who would you rather give a ship to? The Canadians or the Russians?
But even or not, they're in the same tier as far as the Royal Navy's concerned. Oh, good lord. Knight 683 I'm going to answer this before you get into it too much, but the nicest way I prefer questions to be done with the X mark question mark thing. But I presume you're talking about making AUKUS not get cancelled. In a nice way, you have to remember AUKUS, as it was originally set up, is a kind of an interesting program. Anyway, a very interesting program, and it was formed in 2021. Now, the thing is, and the point I will make in September 2021 is that there'd been things, discussions, and ideas going on for a while. So, in a nicest way, to an extent, it could be argued that President Trump's government actually had something to do with it. And also, from the American perspective...
now, Dr. Clarke.
Yeah, I know, they don't... Because it's going to sound terrible, but some of the groundwork for AUKUS was done, it seems, from the accounts given, whilst Trump was president, and whilst his people were in position, and then it continued afterwards, which is why it's announced quite such a massive. Can you imagine sharing nuclear technology and these things? I know people like to pretend this comes about quickly. It doesn't. It's months of very interesting conversations. So the thing is,
and that's months of conversations only when you actively trust and implicitly trust, as far as two governments can implicitly trust each other, the people you're having the conversation with. AUKUS was years in the making.
Yeah.
Not to mention that, as far as the U.S. is concerned, it is a massive jobs creation program, as well as an infrastructure boosting program that they don't really have to pay for.
So the odds are AUKUS will carry on quite happily. And the other thing you have to remember is, even if the Americans pull out, that doesn't really affect the British. It affects the Australians. It doesn't really affect the British. The British are still building their own submarines and working through it. So the British, in many ways, are fine. It affects the Australians more than the British. The British will still build their version of whatever they're planning on building as part of the AUKUS program. The thing is, it might just change that the Australians would end up having to buy whatever they're building, end up choosing for the AUKUS program from the British rather than the Americans. But that would create fun. Mm-hmm. But I doubt it will happen because, as I said, it's years in process. It's years.
Dan Friedman has made a very unfortunate typo for you, Fleet.
Yes.
You are now the feet of oceans.
I most certainly am not.
The feet of oceans! Foxo, remember that for tomorrow night. Gotta use that at least twice.
Yep.
In World War I, do mine-laying U-boats have torpedo tubes? Yes, they do. But they don't usually carry that many torpedoes, but they do have torpedo tubes, Leslie.
Yeah, it depends on which mine layers you're talking about, because the mine laying submarine can be everything from a UC-1 all the way up to something very, very large.
Yeah, so there's probably one or two in there, but the vast majority do. I think they all carried a torpedo tube. Just some of them didn't actually even carry reloads for the torpedoes. They literally just had a tube which had a single torpedo in.
Uh-huh.
It was fun. Oh, Foxo, you have surpassed yourself. And Steve has said now, fleet of foot.
Yes.
think dragons warming up as well. This could be fun. NK33, I can answer that before we even get to it. Why calyxes instead of metal wire shelving? Because it's better for the books. It's less likely to scratch them. The metal wire shelving can cause damage to the covers. Especially the older ones. 9681. Every de Havilland Mosquito variant becomes the same airframe. Changes on a de Havilland Hornet airframe then and the as-built DH103. If it serves 1940, how does that change things?
Huh?
Basically, we make all the Mosquitoes into Hornets.
Well,
Well, they're going to be even faster.
so they're going to annoy, crap, Fat Boy, Fun Boy, non-executive decision, that version, even more. Yeah, that was Goring.
Yeah, yes. The Fat Boy Fun Boys. They are a wonderful thing through history. Once you start calling them that, you have so much fun with it. It sounds fun. It's the basically the politest way to get away with being rude about someone that I've ever had, and I just love it. The thing about the Hornet is it can be deployed on carriers. That's the interesting thing. The Hornet. I would say it's going to mean that when
It's built for that sort of thing, don't you know?
yeah, I would say if considering that their first seaborne deployment was Implacable in 1949, I would say the moment the Implacables come into service, they get Hornets on them. I can't really see anything before them having it, but maybe Eagle. Honestly, if you have, because she's got a big enough hangar for it.
True.
So that could transform Eagle's importance. Eagle suddenly doesn't get used as an extra carrier carrying some fighters along for an operation in the Mediterranean. She's probably doing something nasty with Hornet somewhere. Imagine if Eagle with Sea Hornets was deployed with Force Z.
Could you sub her in for USS Hornet on the Doolittle raid? Would it work?
She's not really fast enough, but she could do it. But the thing is...
I guess what I'm asking is, do the Hornets have the legs to pull that off?
Yeah, but the trouble is, they don't have legs to do it. They'd also then be able to come back to the carrier. That's the thing. The Hornets have some very interesting ranges when they want to. Their maximum their range in terms of their strike range and return is 1,480 miles is their range. So they could launch from 700 odd miles from the target. And that might be enough actually to guide the, and with their guns, you know, if you load them up with, because they've got 20mm, 420mm, and they can carry, if you load them up with 20mm cannon and rockets, no bombs, they could quite happily escort the bombers in. Make sure the bombers got over their target and were okay, and then disappear off. Once the bombers were over there that had done their bomb run, they head back to the carrier because they're useful. And but that's also quite scary for the Japanese because Hornets with cannon and rockets would really add something to the Doolittle raid.
Just a bit.
Just imagine you're going up there thinking, I'm going to intercept this big fat bomber, and you've got a Hornet suddenly appearing on your tail.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Fleet's being very quiet for Fleet. Is he okay?
I am. I've got a lot on my mind. I'm thinking about tomorrow.
Don't worry.
I'm gonna go right. I'm not worried. I'm just.
Oh, well. Foxo! I know I can't show this image, but I have to say, when it is finished, it will be spectacular. Oh my! That is the Fleet of Oceans. No. That is the Fleet of Oceans in Avatar form. That is... I cannot tell you... I cannot show you this image. It's just for Foxo to share with the world, not me. But, oh my lord, is it perfect. It is...
Okay. Chandelord,
Perfect. And
first
can
off,
I just say,
copy me on that image.
absolutely
And,
on the clothing choice. You really have got the fleet down to a T.
Now, just,
and secondly, Chandelord Chandel, if you think that the Hornet and the Blackburn are cut from the same aesthetic cloth, there must be something going around affecting people's optical centers in this community, because none of y'all's eyes work right.
No. Foxo has commissioned some absolutely wonderful art for the Foo's debut as a VTuber / ship girl, and it is beautiful.
bear in mind, this is all happening. This is just they're doing this. I never asked for this. It's just happening.
Don't worry, it's going to be displayed tomorrow while we're talking about Drake Strum.
Can we maybe?
And it's going to be listed as being inspired by you, for you.
No.
With
Just a minute.
with direct creative input. Can somebody please copy me on this?
No, you don't. No.
Foxo, be nice to
worked
Runon.
for 7 months to put this together.
She'd love it.
To have it be hijacked. We've already got enough things to get through that we may not get through it all.
Yeah.
I can't afford to get distracted. We have a lot of ground to cover tomorrow, and we can't dilly-dally.
Ramol, thoughts on the US Barbo class, the last diesel electric US subs ever? Do you think that their propulsion type prevents them from serving far overseas, unlike the SSN? Not really, but the trouble is we don't really build long-distance SSNs anymore. The closest to that is the Japanese, and even they're not really as long-distance as we used to. SSKs are far more about, these days, are far more basically minefields and coastal defense and Baltic, Mediterranean, closer waters than Pacific or Atlantic boats necessarily. And you have the SSNs have taken over the long-range role. I would say, as I said, I think what you're going to see is you're going to see XL UVs come into service. And I wouldn't be surprised if the next generation of SSNs are designed with some sort of, for want of a better phrase, hangar system or docking system to take them in, service them, and launch them. I honestly think that'll be a necessary scenario. It's going to be some sort of scenario of, can we have this? We get this boat aboard and restock it, rearm it?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be really interesting to see how they put that into the modern design of submarines, because I think what you end up with is probably a separate pressure hull for the dock. Which is kind of interesting, because where do you put that in the way you consider we design modern submarines for the Royal Navy, the US Navy, etc., how we design submarines? Where are you going to put in the second pressure hull? Because the Soviets had, of course, the answer was the Typhoon class, which had 2 pressure hulls.
The Typhoons are just ridiculous.
Yeah! They are! But they also did have a small plunge pool. And I do like that. And if you've never been in the pool on a Typhoon, I can honestly say I haven't either, but somehow
I know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy.
I'm not quite sure the story of how my dad managed to get, but it was in the mid-90s when relations with Russia were very different than they were today. He did manage to get some sort of naval architect when they were sharing naval architects from both sides, for everyone going across to meet everyone, meeting up and chatting about things, etc. He did manage to get a tour of a Typhoon and did manage to see one of the pools. Must have been fun. But he had a very strange mid-90s, my dad had. A very, very strange mid-90s. Senator, what is the most chaotic and interesting period of naval warfare tech? Probably today. Let me explain why that is. And when you added the phrase chaotic, the thing is, for me, chaos means you've got multiple sources of technology coming through and different views of it. And that's what we've got today. We've got a lot of different technology coming through. And the trouble is, sometimes the technology which is taking the headlines, everyone's talking, reacting to that, and they're not seeing the technology which isn't as sexy, doesn't get the headlines, and therefore people are making their decisions and their ideas in a vacuum. One of the things that often comes up is electronic warfare. Electronic warfare is never sung about. It is a constant in modern warfare, and modern naval warfare especially. ECM, that's electronic countermeasures, and ECCM, electronic countermeasures, and the systems which go with them are a critical part of the naval arsenal and of the weapon systems which ships have to deploy. And yet, when people start talking about hypersonics, when they start talking about all the threats which modern surface ships face, how often they bring up the abilities of ECM? I'm just going to ask this open to the panel. Anyone? When was the last time you saw them in an article discussing how warships were going to be annihilated by hypersonics or something like that? Did they mention ECM at all?
Not in the way that's typically meant. The last thing I've heard that's commonly mentioned about ECM is HARM missiles.
Yeah.
But that's. I guess you can say that's ECM, but it's very much kinetic ECM.
Yeah. It's the point of history. So it's interesting to me. It is interesting to me. It's also a bit chaotic because if you consider in the Napoleonic Age of Sail era, everyone kind of knew what the technology was about. There's no real surprises going on there. There's no one sitting there going, you know what, these rockets, they're going to wipe out ships. Cannon aren't worth it anymore. You shouldn't have cannon. Only rockets. Only rockets are all you need. Fleet.
Look, I'm just sat here letting you make the point because I have nothing more to add.
We're gonna have to.
You're going at this fantastically.
You have more to add than this. I'm trying to build up your confidence, my friend. You've got to do things. After Historian, when did you sleep? I went to sleep on Tuesday night. That's when I got to sleep. I didn't sleep between. I had slept Wednesday night and I slept Tuesday night. That's when I actually sleep. According to my Fitbit, that's when I actually went to sleep. That's my actual sleeping time. So I went a few days. It was a lot of fun. I've slept better. I've slept quite. Well, I've actually done some sleeping this week. I slept not just Tuesday night. I also slept Thursday night and last night. So did really well this week. Should make Fu answer the question first, Steve. That's an interesting one, Steve. What about you, Fleet? When did you sleep after Historiophon?
Immediately. Because I went to bed before it ended. So, there you go.
What is it to be young and sure of your time? Hellbreak Loose, regarding OP...
Oh, come on, you don't get to sit there and sprout that, given you're not that much older than me.
Yes, wait, aren't you younger than I am?
There's so much to do, and so
not only by a year.
There's so much to do, and at best, I probably have another 120 years to do it. At best. And I've got so many lists of books. I've got a list of 150 books I want to write and get published. Do you realise how delayed I am by buying the photos?
Dr. Clarke, the 120 years implies that you are going to get some sort of cyberization tech going on that will preserve your brain into an active state in which it can continue to write and publish books. If that tech exists, what happens when your mother gets a hold of it?
Look, we don't go there, but she might already be investing. We'll leave that to one side. Rapper, I feel like on the ECM took a backseat to stealth. Yes, it did. Because everything came about stealth. And the thing is, though, that doesn't... the thing is, though, governments are still investing quite a lot in ECM. A lot. And when I say quite a lot, I mean a lot of money is invested in ECM. Hellbreaks Loose. Oh, regarding Operation Unthinkable, everyone seems to focus on the ground. What could the Allied navies do in the Baltic?
Baltic.
That's
Don't look at me. This is
the British war plans
definitely not my
for
ballywick.
war against the Soviet Union during 1945.
Basically, you send submarines into the Baltic, light forces if you really want to be generous. But committing any heavy asset to what is essentially a Russian lake is really a bad idea. Because you're just begging to get it torpedoed. By the large numbers of Russian submarines.
I would think that the Russian forces may find a small problem when their supply lines suddenly get shut off.
The problem is that
as much as Moscow's been working to build up domestic supplies, I think even in 45 they're still waiting. They're still reliant heavily on Lend-Lease stuff coming through.
I think the problem is that the basic problem is that if you consider in Europe, the force of your allies in Europe in 1st July 1945 when they're planning is 80 infantry divisions, 23 armoured divisions, and 6,000 tactical aircraft, versus the Soviet strength of 228 infantry divisions, 36 armoured divisions, and 11,000, nearly 12,000 tactical aircraft. The only advantages the Allies have are in strategic aircraft, where they have 2,750 versus 960, and in warships, and the atom, as you put it, as in nuclear weapons. So,
which is how the war's going to have to be won. Continental Europe may be temporarily lost until multiple Russian cities stop resembling cities.
Yeah, basically, it's one of those war plans which is really, really fanciful. It truly is. It truly is. And it's one of those scenarios where everything depends upon surprise, but I'd also say everything depends upon logistics. And you have to cut the Soviet logistics hard. So those strategic aircraft are going to be critical. If you can take out railway nodes, if you can take out infrastructure points, then you can achieve it. But also, you're probably going to want to angle your infantry divisions in a way which, moves things up. Yeah?
I mean, there are a few. Honestly, there are a few key targets that will win you the war. And honestly, I would prioritize them for an atomic bomb. The gauge transfer yards, where the Russian 5'3" changes to 4'8.5".
Mm-hmm.
Hit them, and suddenly you're in a whole load of trouble as the Russians.
Yeah. Yeah. So I've just seen what someone wrote in the chat, and I'm not going to get into why it's wrong, because that's going to reveal all sorts of things, which I'm not going to talk about. But, yeah, it's wrong. It's wrong. Matthew Barnes, you have been placed in charge of the UK's World War I war efforts, and I'm...
You missed one.
Huh? No, I answered that one earlier.
John South. Oh, fair enough.
I answered where I got the poodle jumps from earlier. Yeah. You have been placed in charge of the UK's World War I efforts, and our instruction to win it by sea in the Western Front is left to France. How do you go about it?
We have to be more aggressive in the blockade, because the French do not now have the crutch that is the BEF and then the mobilized British armed forces taking up a good chunk of the front with the Belgians. So France is now on a ticking timer to the collapse of its army. So you've basically got to really push the war at sea.
It depends when I'm placed in charge.
Immediate, I assume it means
and whether I have, if I have historic, do I have foreknowledge?
I assume so, yeah, because it's not been
In
stated
which
that you
case,
don't.
the first thing I do is I order the construction of Hermes-style new aircraft carriers.
Mm-hmm. Not a bad shout.
And I'm gonna
Don't pause capital ship construction.
no. Order a massive construction effort of destroyers.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna aircraft carriers, destroyers, keep the capital ship construction going, and
You
yeah,
basically want to do the reverse
probably
of what the Germans do to Britain. Basically, you want because in order to shorten the war, we have to really put the pressure on the Germans.
which
And
means
what
we have
better
to
way
cut
to
them off
do
from
that
Sweden.
than do? But yes, that as well. But also, you want to constantly be annoying them. Don't just let the high seas fleet sit in Wilhelmshaven. Rock up, shell Heligoland Blight, send a fast force of cruisers in, blow some things up. Constant nuisance raids, always. And heck, every once in a while, send in the battle cruisers to really blow some things up.
Yes,
But always
honestly,
keep them guessing.
Also, get the carriers into production as soon as possible. Get long range aircraft, torpedo strike aircraft made as quickly as possible, and basically aim for Wilhelmshaven. Have to make it so that they don't feel their bases are safe, and use air raids to drop torpedoes into Wilhelmshaven, drop mines into Wilhelmshaven. If I can get air deployable mines, because let's be honest, an air deployable mine is not that difficult to produce at this point, especially not the heights that you're dropping them from. So you can do all that, and keep pushing that stuff, and just attrit their fleet by aggressive action.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, you have to remember again, if you start in 1914, that's before they've got the submarine forces. You could go really nasty on them. Also, if I've got foreknowledge, the other thing I'm doing is I'm sending an Invincible class, or maybe a pair of them, down to the Falkland Islands to join up with the fleet of the squadron down there as reinforcements. And Von Spey will have there will be Australia and the Congos on one side, and there'll be the Invincibles on the other side.
Yep.
And Von Spey can pick his poison of which he dies by, but he's going to die by one or the other. And I've got 2 battle cruisers in the Mediterranean, and if I'm taking charge in 1914, you can guarantee the first thing I'm doing is giving decent orders and telling them to block the Greek side of the Adriatic, so that they don't go down that way to head towards the Turkey, and basically tell the cruisers and submarines to block Gibraltar. Because Gibraltar, in a nice way, if someone gets through Gibraltar, that's great. They're heading towards the Channel Squadron. Good luck! You're not going to get Goban past that lot. That bunch of pre-dreadnoughts would go, oh goody! Dinner's arrived and it's going to come right past us! So it hasn't got no speed advantage helps it. And oh, by the way, you see that force tearing from behind of us like a bunch of crazed lunatics? That's called the Harwich Force.
Yeah, good night, Vienna. Do not pass go. Do not get 200 right marks. You're dead.
So, in a nice way, I don't care if they manage to blast through Gibraltar, past Cruz and whatever I put there. But I do care if they get to Turkey, to the Ottoman Empire. And if I stop that happening, and if I stop the Battle of Cornell being lost, then the nicest way, I've just won a decisive psychological battle over the Germans, because I've won all these battles. And then the Battle of Heligoland Blight, which does take place historically, is also probably going to make sure it's a heavier action than it was historically. That there's far heavier forces nearby and involved. And I'm going to keep up operations like that, as you said. But I'm also going to be building up aircraft to, a nice group of... I'm just going to basically go, those designs we have for an aircraft carrier? Yeah? Build it. I want that version. What? There's a 22,000 ton version, which is capable of 28 knots. That'll do. That'll do for aircraft carrier built in World War One. 22,000 tons, 28 knots. Yeah, that'll do.
And do you also take multiple copies of Agincourt's plans and distribute them liberally across the UK so that they can be preserved?
Agincourt's getting built.
Like, that's actually out of Dr. Clarke's hands. She's being built for the Ottomans. So she's excellent whether
No,
we like it or not.
HMS Agincourt, the Queen Elizabeth class battleship, is being built.
Ah, fair enough.
Agincourt, the probably that I think has got 3 twin 18-inch guns, and that Drakfink has triple 15s. But whereas I can show, look, the 18-inch gun exists, there is no proof of the triple turret. But that's his belief, because he's looked in the air, and as far as he said the evidence, well, that is what makes sense to him. And it's true, she might have been a 12, 15-inch gun, 28 knot Queen Elizabeth class battleship. In which case, good night Vienna, because that thing would have been annihilating everyone in 2 world wars. Or she could have been a 618-inch gunship, which would have, again, changed the entire Washington Treaty system.
Now the UK has 2 outliers instead of 1.
No. Agincourt. Mark Hartness, that's what I said. In a nice way, I don't mind people occasionally picking me up on my American pronunciations, especially the Potomac River, which I sometimes call the Pontiac, because that's what one of my cousins told me it was, and I got in a habit. But yeah. And I might do the whole thing with I might make Renown and Repulse and Resistance all into battle cruisers. That would be my temptation, but that's going to require money and me getting funding for it. And it would be in the nicest way, the war would be over before I got around to building the Admiral class, whatever's coming. Because the way we'd have done it, we'd have forced the German fleet to come out and fight on our terms. Because we'd have handled it aggressively. We'd have handled it recklessly, because we'd have run risks, which we didn't need to do. But we'd have done it. Thoughts on the US World War II BAT ASN-2 bomb? Do you think it's more capable than the Fritz X at targeting, damaging, sinking ships? It's half a dozen one and 6 the other, really, in it. Do you agree or not?
Sounds about right. I mean, some little things here and there could change, but overall, the broad strokes sounds about right. Hard to tell how it will actually play out, of course, because butterflies flap their wings and all the rest of it. But you know,
When I read that question, I was thinking, are you talking about the incendiary bomb that was a bunch of bats that would roost up in Japanese cities? And I had to look it up.
Well, it's kind of interesting because it comes into service in it really doesn't. It comes into service in April 1945 off Borneo. Dropped from PBYs. PB4Ys, that is, consolidated PB4Ys. I should be precise, because if I say PBY, people think it's something else. And they sank the Aguni, they sank various things that the Japanese had, but yeah, basically it's a fine system. But it as classic thing of saying, comparing the BAT ASN-2 to the Fritz X. The Fritz X is a slightly earlier system, and it also has the limitations of it's built within the restrictions of the German technology, what they have available, what they're able to produce, and what standards they're able to produce. And I would still say, despite those considerations, it's half a dozen 1/6 the other. Which one's better? I would say the Fritz X has a slightly heavier warhead, doesn't it? And the
I'm sorry to say, I'm gonna have to disagree with you there.
What?
The Bat Bomb is just a superior weapon in every respect. To the Fritz X, and the only thing it isn't capable of doing is piercing heavier armor. But that's the only thing Fritz X has going for it. Given that the Bat basically, you find a target, you drop the target, you drop the bomb, and the bomb goes, "Oh, I found it," and that's it. You don't have to sit there hovering, being an easy target for anti-aircraft guns.
To be
The
fair,
bat just goes and slams into target. Fritz X has to be guided all the way in manually. And that
yes,
alone is a massive step up in capability. And
that
makes
is
it an infinitely more useful weapon.
that is a step up in capability, but also going for that delayed its service entry into the war.
It did, but that can't be held against the weapon itself as a platform.
The thing is, I'm looking at them at their points of war they enter service in, and I would say, yeah.
There's only
And
2
also,
years between them.
Also, there's that's a huge leaps in technology being outputted at that point. But also, the thing is, being able to take out the armored targets is kind of a useful thing in this period. There are a lot more armored targets going around than there are today.
That's true.
That's sort of where I'm going with the half a dozen and 1/6 the other, because in terms of using it, the bat is probably the better weapon. But in terms of targets you can use it on, the Fritz X is the broader weapon system and is therefore more useful from that perspective, and that's quite a big category.
I agree with you on that to a certain extent, but I do also say there's also the fact that you encounter an armored target with bat bombs, you just slam bat bombs into it until its upper works is a flaming wreck, and then call for torpedo bombers, which it now can't deal with because its upper works are a flaming wreck.
Yeah, which is rather inefficient, and it requires you to do rather a lot of effort.
It is, but it still works.
Could the Allies do an amphibious invasion of Poland under the Operation Unthinkable?
No,
No.
Honestly, if you're talking about
going to go into the Baltic and you're trying to do amphibious operations up there, you are either supporting operations, you're doing rapid transports, or you are pushing far further north than Poland.
Yeah, basically they're not landings in the sense of you're trying to secure an opposed beach. They're landings in the sense of the Soviets have mined all the ports and blown up all the docks. So we're landing here because we can't use the ports.
Yeah. Any idea when the Ship Shape Australia rewards will be shipping? I've asked Gareth, but no response. They should be. But I'll check. Because, yeah, we've got a meeting this week. We've got to sort that one out. It's getting annoying. And it's terrible for you guys, but it's also getting annoying to all of us. So it's okay, so we'll sort it out.
Mm-hmm.
Drakenred, did the German U-boat arm ever suspect that their signals were so badly compromised that they were during the war? As it seems odd they never caught on.
They figured out that something funny was going on, but they never even guessed that Enigma had been cracked.
They spent their time hunting for people they thought agents were watching them leave. They spent their time scouring ports for agents who were radioing in that they were leaving.
They were overconfident about Enigma, basically.
Basically, they did the same thing as they did during World War I. At no point did they... This is the fun thing about the Germans. At no point, despite the British making fun about them for many, many years, did it occur to them that it was the volume of their radio communications. And I will quote a report from 1960s NATO training and NATO exercises, where they play red and blue team, okay? So they can have exercise against each other. And there was in the summary afterwards was, thank God the Germans haven't learnt since the war. It made things far easier. And the Germans went, what do you mean learned? You're still broadcasting at full strength wherever you go, whenever you broadcast.
Yeah.
And this is the trouble. In the 1960s, you had enough officers around who had been involved in both sides during the war.
Perhaps would you kind of not...
Could you please learn this one?
Please. Somebody has to, otherwise we're going to have problems with the Russians come knocking again.
Oh, don't worry.
Now that we're on the same team, stop doing this!
Yeah.
This is no longer funny, and it is no longer to our advantage. Please cease.
Yeah. I'm trying to go. But our systems are secure. Yes, your systems are secure. The actual transmission gives away your location. Yes, but we're not there soon. We'll move on. That's fine. But nicest way, we know where your previous location was because of your previous transition and your previous location to that. So we can kind of work out where you're going. And, well, didn't you notice the next time you stopped to try and make a call, there was an artillery strike coming in on you? Oh, there was! Yeah.
We thought that was just a coincidence.
We thought you were just listening very quickly for us. We fired the tubes before you actually broadcast your message.
Oh, the mic keyed up. Okay. Yep, they're where we think they are. All right.
Yep.
Tally ho, good chaps. One in the tube.
Hosh versus one Osama class armored cruiser.
Let me have a look real quick.
Armored cruiser.
Why is the
let me have a
Fleet
look
of
real
Oceans
quick.
typing currently?
I'm not.
According to this, you are typing.
Oh my god! That's not a fair fight! The Osama class walks away with that aggressively in the first 10 minutes!
Yeah, that's because it's against the host.
And no, I mean, more to the point, it's a ship 9 years her senior with at least 15 years ahead in design style. With all quick-firing guns and some semblance of actual fire control to reach out beyond 1,000 yards accurately.
Plus,
Hosh gets her chronometer cleaned in short order.
because people should really know what they were talking about, the Osama class are some very gorgeous-looking ships. And,
They're basically the archetypal turn of the century mid-sized armored cruiser. Not the big ones, nor the small ones.
as you can see, they look rather gorgeous. They are built by Armstrong Whitworth in Ellswick for the Japanese Navy. They are armed with 4 8-inch guns, 45s, 14 single quick-firing 6-inch guns, 40 cals, 12 single quick-firing 12-pounder guns, 8 single quick-firing 3-pounder Hotchkiss guns, and 5 18-inch torpedo tube. They have a 7-inch waterline belt over parts of their anatomy, but in some parts it's 3.5 inches. They have a 2-inch deck armour. The gun turrets has 6.3 inches of armour. The barbettes had 6 inches of armour. The casemates had between 2 and 6 inches of armour. The conning tower had 14 inches of armour around it. And the bulkhead had 5 inches of armour. Oh, and they could also do 21 knots. So, in pretty much every way possible, this ship would not only clean Hosh's clock, it would probably reverse. It probably would reverse while doing it. It could do it in reverse. Seneca Nero, you've said you think the Dupe de Lune looks better. In a nice way, do you want to get this? I can think of easier and quicker ways to get banned from the chat permanently than saying that. It's a very good-looking ship.
I mean, when in doubt, ban Seneca, right? That's rule number 1 in the mod book, right?
To be fair, that led to Seneca becoming a mod.
Okay, so we'll
Because-
just ban him harder this time.
Yeah. I feel like I have that ship in World of Warships Legends. Good ship to have.
Well, I mean, look. I like Hosh, but
Yeah, that's not fun. Nice. So why hasn't the Gron E2 Hawkeye adapted external drop tanks? Because they haven't needed them.
Yeah,
That's it.
that's not the mission profile for that aircraft.
They've got enough. There's enough air refueling assets that they can get refueled. They are not going so high up country up fret that they do not have the opportunity to refuel, and they have a long enough operating time and a great enough operating range that the circumstances where they are going to need more fuel are going to be few and far between. It's that simple, really. Why do you think the Royal Navy wanted Gronham E2 or Hawkeye when it failed to meet the British crewing and
Because it provided a capability that they needed.
And to be fair, they're looking at it in advance. They're looking at it over the CVA-1 project, and it's the next generation. The only other scenario is to build their own from scratch. And honestly, it doesn't really fail to meet the British crewing and crew comfort requirements. It can accommodate 4 people. It's got space for them. That's all it needs. It's a plane. It's not supposed to be comfortable. Have you looked at the Sea Vixen? Literally, for people like Michael Clarke, they were in under the observer hatch, which you have to remember wasn't a bubble canopy, it was a lower one, like this the whole time, doing their thing and doing their mission. Yeah, the Royal Navy doesn't give a flying hoot too much about comfort sometimes. In fact, more often than not. Chandlord, how many 2 Historian episodes can you foresee getting out of Drakenfell? Oh, him and me could do those forever. In fact, we could do all the 2. We could probably do dozens of 2 historians, just us picking up random topics and just talking about them. But we're not going to do. Most of them. These ones are planned with other historians, but and other people. But there are options I'm considering. There are some interesting things I'm considering. Maybe considering grabbing Glenn Stewart and basically dragging him into it, in talking about how to design a science fiction fleet. Because I think that'd be quite a cool one. And, yeah, Drac coming back to talk about the various questions that have come up on the one we already done would be fun. Mackie Barons, why were large-scale opposed landings rare before the Steam era? Because usually you managed to land places where the enemy weren't.
Mm-hmm.
That's simply it. You think about it, also what happens in terms of the Steam era, you're also talking about an increase in communications, an increase in things like telegraphs and other communication systems. There's industrialized war efforts. There's all of the mass conscription, mass armies, where you're able to actually have forces in places to resist amphibious assaults.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's the growth in the ability to maintain and field ever more men under arms that really makes the opposed landing something you see.
And being able to move them to a landing site.
Yeah.
Quickly.
Ish.
Well, I mean, anything's quicker than your Lamborghinis.
Yes. So. Okay. Did Japan have this? You see, this is what happens once when it gets transported around. It takes the emojis and turns them into these lovely, nice little write-ups on them. So, did Japan have the capacity to build more cruisers in the 1920s than they built originally, or were they maxed out? I would say there's a capacity for 1 or 2 at the edges. I would say there's a capacity for 1 or 2 at the edges in the timeline, but honestly, that would also require them investing more in the yards which are building the ships, and there's certain yards which could, in theory, have built vessels which the government never gave money to because they were the wrong families. I remember reading this in Leslie's work and a few others. There's a real problems with some of the approach of the Japanese to some of the yards they have in their country, which are actually quite good yards. There again, in Britain we have an example of that, which is called What Happens to Thames Ironworks, which have been really rather useful to have around in World War II and World War One, but go bankrupt in the middle of the Anglo-German naval race and the great dreadnought race between all the great powers, because
there wasn't enough work going around.
No, Churchill decided they weren't going to get any work.
Thanks, Churchill.
Basically, what you need to do is give them a cruiser. Nice way that they are the best case for saying, okay, let's build some of these Tiger Cubs, because honestly, you could have built some cruisers in them, some 9.2-inch cruisers, modern 9.2-inch cruisers, and get done yourself the world of good for World War One.
Mm-hmm.
Space on the hangar deck. Why did the US dismiss the British suggestion for E2 Hawkeye purchase to have 4 engines instead of 2? Space on the hangar deck and also complications of the engines, because the British were talking about doing the twin engine design rather like they'd done on the Gannet, the engines in that sort of scenario. And yeah, but it wasn't necessary as well. They don't need that level of power. Could the fleet air armor feasibly operated Tomcats off CVA-1? There is I would say, I've got to say this, there is a theoretical capability to do so, considering the weights and etc. and things involved, and the stresses they can actually take up to. But the reality is, no, you wouldn't want to operate an aircraft that heavy off CVO-1.
No.
Because CVO-1 was being designed around aircraft plans based on the Buccaneer and Phantom and their projected successors. So not things quite as heavy as the Tomcat would be. More in line of, they would probably have gone to the F-18. They would probably have gone to the F-18. That would probably mean the likely replacement for the Phantom would have been the F-18.
Mm-hmm.
Although I do realise there is someone in the chat who really likes the idea of the replacement being a navalized Tornado, but we'll leave that to one side. Me and Drac have already dealt with that. There again, I think
a navalized Tornado.
I think a navalized Tornado does make sense in a Drake Strum world.
Oh no! Look, can we save the Drake's drum for tomorrow? We've got a lot to get through.
But I'm not going to be there for tomorrow, so I can't take the piss out of you for it.
Linguistics.
Well, the thing is, I'm also nervous because I have no idea. I have no idea how to get Powder Monkey working. I'm scared because I need to work.
I think.
Do I need to take time off tomorrow to help you through this?
I'd feel bad for imposing, but I might.
I'll see what I can do.
I mean, to be fair, there is always the old-fashioned way, and besides, as the official dry dock question handler for Drac, I'm very good at this, so I can always do it the old-fashioned way.
Yes, but you're someone that you're hosting.
But you're not double hatting when you're doing Drac's live, so.
Yeah, you're not hosting.
Oh no, that's
other historians.
Wait, that's right. I've got Dragon.
I've got Dragon. And Foxo.
Yeah, I've got Dragon. Dragon is there.
Dragon's going to be busy. Dragon's one of the key people putting forward the positives of the Drake Strum scenario. So Dragon's going to be busy. So's Foxo.
He's also the only one who knows most of the scenario that's different and what the differences are.
Yeah.
So he's going to be very busy. I still can't believe it's actually happening. It's been, how long has it been now, Dr. Clarke? 7 months we've been planning this now? 8, maybe, if not more?
Why did the... mainly it was rejected as well as lack of endurance. No, it wasn't rejected. Lack of endurance? Night Security Front, I sometimes wonder where you're getting these, because I actually read the archive documents on this project, actually, for once. So, let's see. CVO-1 and the whole project... At the time when they were first looking at the Hawkeye and the idea of getting the Hawkeye in, they were talking about what they were talking about was in relations to Ark Royal and Eagle, which were on their way out. There was no point getting a new aircraft in for that. The other previous time they talked about it was the idea was when they got CVA-1 in. That would have been the likelihood. If they got CVA-1, they'd have got it. But as it was, there was no chance of them getting it. Also, they made a decision to not have any more aircraft carriers after Eagle and Ark Royal. Mark Harkness. Turkey was neutral in World War II, but hypothetically, in an encounter between the 1930s modernised Yavuz and the Admiral Scheer, how does this fight match up? Well, 1930 modernised Yavuz and the Admiral Scheer. They've both got 11-inch guns. And the Shears ones are
the problem you've got is the problem you've got is basically I'm sorry, but both sides have roughly equivalent speed, but Yavuz has better armor.
Yes,
but
older armor.
And to be blunt, older but thicker, whereas Yavuz can theoretically resist the 11-inch shells coming the other way. Shia hasn't got a hope in hell.
Linguistics.
What? What did I say?
Think
No,
about
seriously, what did I say?
it. Think about it.
No, I can't think of anything in that sentence that was even remotely controversial.
We've gone from a PG rating to an E rating, Steve.
Have we?
No.
Yes. Think
Well,
like SpongeBob.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm not religious, so I don't consider that word to be wrong.
Oh, don't worry. Nicest way. The questions keep coming from Hellbreak Loose, so nicest way we can't really be too strict on that one. I'm just winding up a bit on that. Also, I'm trying to. I'm sort of channeling my inner Captain America when it comes to language and linguistics. I'm preparing myself for tomorrow.
I feel like you're doing it as a troll, but okay.
Well, no, it's on my channel tomorrow, so I have free reign. But as I said, it's basically Yavuz's fight to lose.
Yes, but I would say there is a
if
few
Shia gets lucky, she can win. But 7 times out of 10, Yavuz should walk away from that fight battered, but basically functionally operable, and Shia should be listing over to one side and sinking.
Mostly, yeah. Honestly, Yavuz should just win. I should just walk it. Walk it.
Like, the reason that I say 7-10 is simply because golden BB shells exist. You can't discount the possibility that Shia's first salvo breaks Yavuz's fire control. Or, because bear in mind, one of the things that they did in the 30s was they put proper fire control in.
Yes, there's also the scenario that you always have to consider, and this is the outside option, that Yavuz's lack of sea time in the meantime has dulled their crew to the point at which they actually make an absolute silly error. That's always a problem.
Yeah, that is true. But I would say that post refit, the Turks do a bit of work because of the Greeks. The Turks do have a period, because you find out with this, when the Turks are having periods where they're funding the Navy, they also put the money into actually, readiness.
Yeah.
So there's a period after Yavuz comes back into service, which is what we're talking about here, where the crew does go out, they do gunnery drill, they do practice working with their destroyers, they have sea time. So ironically enough, this is the one period where you go, for once, that factor doesn't actually occur.
Okay. So now...
It is the only time ever that you get to say that about a minor navy.
Yeah. But guys, 29. From watching yesterday's video, would the US have built all 6 of the Iowa class and Alaskas and some or more of the Montanas and less aircraft carriers if World War II had started 2 years later? Not sure if they built less aircraft carriers, but the Essex Swarm, they wouldn't have ordered as much of the Essex Swarm.
You basically got the historical.
They'd probably have ordered an improved Essex Swarm.
You basically got the historical. There's no tangible reason for the US to alter the building program they've already signed the contracts for.
No.
It's not like historical 1942 where you've suffered air losses of carriers. The strategic dynamic of the war you're fighting has radically changed, and you need more.
You don't get the light carriers of the Cleveland classes.
No, you don't. You don't see the light carriers. You'll see since 6I was a plan, 6 hours is what you'll get.
Yeah.
You'll get the first 3 Alaskas until someone goes, hang on a minute, this ship costs 75% as much to run as an Iowa. Why are we doing this?
Not in the pre-war scenario.
Maybe?
No. You have to remember the naming of those, the Alaskas, the naming of them was absolutely political. The naming of those ships was it was an important way to... It was actually literally put in there because they didn't have enough battleship names for the states, and some states were making noises. It was literally... The Alaska class naming is literally about
the Alaska class were not named after states. They were named after territories.
Yes. But that was done...
That would later become states.
That was done to appease those places.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. But
It,
just wanted
it
to
was
make
a
that clear
it
before
was
we
a
have
major
Puerto Rico.
before we have US commentators coming down our throat.
Yes, I know. But the
Remember,
thing is,
Puerto
it's
Rico
but
has
in
not been
regards
made
to
a
the
state.
no.
yeah, but in regards for the Montanas, you absolutely are going to see the Montanas because the Montanas were seen as a return to traditional doctrine. Because the Iowas are basically a step outside US battleship procurement as it normally was. You've got the North Carolinas and South Dakotas. Then the US identifies the perceived need for a faster capital ship, so you get the Iowas. The
Mhm.
Montanas are basically a return to the 28 knot fleet speed and a traditional battleship role. Whereas the Iowas, while they are fast battleships, are leaning more towards that fast wing of a battle fleet role, not stand in the line of battle and slug shells at our opponents. Though the Iowas can absolutely do that.
And I just want to say something.
The
No
Montanas
worries.
can do it.
Tanners can do it for
Go on.
longer. Hell breaks loose. No worries. It's just I'm winding up fleet more than anything.
Yeah, the
only
Montanas
reason,
can do it better.
the only reason we do have a we do have a PG rating on the channel is, as I've said before, my little cousins they watch it at the moment. I know
Yeah.
from the family WhatsApp there's
See-
about 24 under 15s watching, judging from the chat.
Yeah.
So hello. So the from the family WhatsApp and the pictures they're posting in there. So this is the thing of I don't want to teach them new words, but that one hell they definitely know. They definitely know hell.
Yeah.
So that's me more winding up fleet on that one. It's also more a case of that I
And
have
me.
got so many cousins that, frankly, in the nicest way, if they decide that I've taught the little ones new words, or my channel has, I'm dead. That's it. There is so many of them. They are so skilled. There is no chance. No chance at all. So, Channel, why did the US only take Guam in the Spanish-American War and not the whole of Spanish East Indies outside of the Philippines? Why do it?
Because that's either all they wanted or all they were permitted to take by the other great powers in Europe that could beat them 6 different ways to Sunday.
Mixture of both. Because the thing is, it's very good for them to fight the Spanish. They're about the only ones of the European powers they can do that to. They can win a war against the Germans, but that's because the British will go, no more coal for you. To both.
Yeah. Because the thing is, the Spanish is the only power that is both viable and acceptable to the other European powers for the US to beat up on.
Mm-hmm.
They are that lovely combination of two of them. And even then, if the US also gets quite lucky in that they catch Spain in their, oh dear lord, we've got ships, but we don't have any real decent crew training, and we don't have any ammunition for our guns. They basically catch the Spanish fleet on easy mode. The war had they encountered a Spanish fleet with the same ships that actually trained even on a very basic level and did basic gunnery practice, the war would have been a lot more difficult. And the US would have probably lost some ships in the doing of it.
If they triggered any of the other major powers to get involved, the US would have been in serious trouble at this point.
I mean, to be fair, they were in serious trouble in Cuba already because a thing that often goes unmentioned is the Spanish ground forces in Cuba gave the US an absolute hell of a fight.
Yes.
And phrasing. I'm catching myself there. But the thing is, that's why control of the seas was so vital. If the Spanish can even make that interruption intermittent, given the strength of the Spanish army in Cuba, the skill of the men it possesses and the officers leading it, a few supply interruptions to the US troops trying to take the island, problems may start to occur.
Oh, yes.
Are you telling me that early 1900s, late 1800s United States could not solo the entirety of the European continent in a free-for-all?
No. My goodness, no. And then, of course, in any hypothetical Spanish victory scenario, you basically have them going, Oh no! We couldn't save the Philippines! Oh, what a shame! Curse you, US! We managed to keep Cuba, but we couldn't save the Philippines. We will totally hold a grudge for this. Meanwhile, secretly, the monarchy, the crown, most of the Spanish people, the government, the military, are holding a massive party for the fact that someone's taken the Philippines off their hands without embarrassing them.
Yeah.
Without the embarrassment of giving it up to rebels.
Now, Fleet, do you want to have a go at this one first? Because I know
one?
the Royal Air Force were after the E3.
Didn't we
After
do
Jack
this
Ryan.
one?
This is apparently the Royal Air Force wanted the Grenadier to Hawkeye, and I've never heard that before. They wanted it with a
Why?
wing, ability to carry drop tanks and a refueling probe. Why?
Why? Okay. Yeah. Why would? I'm sorry
first of
to
all-
run Fleet over here, but why would the Royal Air Force, which is a land-based asset, want a AWACS aircraft, which is optimized for carrier operations?
They literally have the last years of the Nimrod airborne early warning assets, and then after they go, you've literally got the all singing, all dancing Sentry coming in,
Yes.
which is all singing, all dancing, and is a fantastic airborne early warning asset.
Yeah, so that one doesn't make sense. There's no scenario where I see the RAF get involved in that one. What did the Cold War era navies expect a nuclear conflict to look like? Painful.
They expected, painful. They expected nuclear weapons use at every scale, from nuclear torpedoes through the weapons they fired at each other in terms of missiles also being nuclear tipped.
And shells.
And yeah,
At one point, there might have been a navy trying to work out how to put nuclear. What was the smallest shell you could make a nuclear weapon?
I mean, it's been said a few times on my channel and Dr. Clarke's. Russian doctrine for a hot war is, yeah, they would try to keep it conventional in Europe, but escalation at sea is an entirely different kettle of fish.
Yeah.
Because at sea, tactical nuclear weapons use is just you're providing a bigger bang. It's very clear what's going on. You're just using a bigger weapon. It's not like using a tactical nuclear device on land, which could spiral remarkably quickly. All a tactical nuclear weapon use at sea would do would basically set that as the new normal. For
it would spiral very quickly at sea as well. They did realise that one, thankfully, but they did. For quite a long while, they were actually they thought it was as viable as an option, but then they realised, well, hang on, if we use nuclear torpedoes on them, they'll use nuclear torpedoes on us, and then nuclear surface-to-air missiles, and nuclear, frigate. And once you have that, the thing is also, if you're using nuclear weapons and you've used nuclear weapons first, you've then opened the thing off when you've pushed the enemy to the absolute edge of their logistics with your nuclear weapons attacking their convoys. What might they turn to stop the full pressure on their ground forces?
Mm-hmm.
1981. Is it accurate that for Germany, Italy, and Japan, far beyond what we know, they were looking at near the end of the war, we have nothing to work with? Not quite. We do actually. We have some stuff of what they want to go working on, and we do have some of the information, some of the archives. The archives are interesting, but the Italians especially, the archives are actually fairly viable because of what happened in their changeover of governments and how it worked. With the Japanese, depends on who you're asking and where you're looking, and with the Germans, you'd be surprised at how much has survived. And honestly, that's where people like me also get even more mildly depressed about some of the things. Carry on.
Yeah,
What do you, Fleet? What do you want to say?
Yeah, basically, like, there is this big myth about, there's a whole thing where the Japanese and the Germans went on a doctrine-burning spree. And while that is true in some cases, it's not quite as widespread as...
There were certainly certain things which we have lost. But even then, sometimes you find things survive in the most amazing of places. Because
gentlemen, I'm just going to slide in. Sorry, I just want to slide in a word in edgewise here.
Yeah.
I'm going to close off the queue for a little bit so we can chew through our backlog, because it's getting deep.
Oh, cute.
It does.
How deep is it?
Let me count, but we're at least an hour and a half behind, and questions have been coming in steadily.
Oh, goody.
This doesn't surprise me.
This is
Oh,
good.
just think of how fun it'll be tomorrow, Fleet.
Uh, you know,
Are we
sometimes-
on Q16 Knights' 162, or are we still chewing on the Cold War?
No, we're well past. We just finished 162.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why did the companies that built dreadnoughts for Austria-Hungary not cooperate after that country fell apart and build dreadnoughts for nations that the treaty powers couldn't build for? Because there was no one else other than
Right.
the treaty powers who wanted it. Literally,
And also,
who wants to
and
buy a
also, to be
dreadnought? Who
blunt,
has the money to buy a dreadnought?
And also, to be blunt, the chain fell apart because the yards are now in Italian hands, which also complicates things. Skoda's still doing a roaring trade in armaments, but they left the naval game behind in terms of large caliber weaponry for ships. They still made large guns, but they were much more leaning towards extremely heavy artillery for land use. Again, like some things went to Yugoslavia, which is why Yugoslavia was able to domestically build some of their destroyer. Like, you see, like it all gets parceled out in bits and pieces, but there's not the cohesion that you would need. That, despite all of its many flaws, Austria-Hungary did provide to build full-on capital ships.
Okay, Fleet, I'm going to let you have a first stab at this night's question because, yeah.
Gentlemen, I'm not going to tell you the answer, but let's put it this way: I don't think we're going to be reopening the queue tonight.
That is a question.
That is a question. It's a two-parter.
Knight 6831. Did some in the US Beyond honestly believe the Royal Navy was naive enough that they'd buy the Mark 6 magnetic detonator, given the first attack on Bismarck by the Art World had exposed issues with the RN's magnetic detonator? I think that's a massive oversimplification of the people on both sides of this arrangement and a disservice to the officers and men who worked in the Bureau of Ordnance during the Second World War.
Yeah.
I would also like to say that just because the RN's having troubles with magnetic detonators doesn't mean they wouldn't buy the Mark 6, because first of all, the US isn't the Bureau of Ordnance. They have no problem tearing the thing apart and finding out what makes it tick. In fact, that's probably why they were going to buy it. And secondly, again, similar reasons. Like, if our own magnetic detonators aren't working, let's buy and trial this one, see what happens.
Also, you have to remember the magnetic detonators were working okay. Some of the things, the attacks on Bismarck, etc., and some of the reasons, some of the stuff is put down to the magnetic systems, but also there is a very great difficulty in judging when you're dealing with waves, the height they were and the heights and troughs they were. There is a difficulty in judging the correct height above the waters to drop the torpedoes. And that can cause issues with the way the torpedoes enter the water. One of the interesting things is that when they were the British were analysing tests after the battle, it was far enough off to be annoying that they did go and look at the magnetic detonator systems, etc., and found that their sensitivity levels needed to be adjusted to an extent, but it was conditional adjustment. So basically, it was a case of, if we're launching in these conditions, make this adjustment. Okay, because one of the things the British detonators allowed them was to be adjusted. They had that was one of the lessons the British had learnt in terms of operating in different parts of the world and testing during the interwar years. But also, whilst it was over what they'd expected, it wasn't so far over what they expected from pre-war testing in similar conditions that they were, how do I put this, distraught about it or overly concerned. It was one of those things of, oh, frigate, that's worse than we thought it was going to be. Why would it be worse than it was going to be?
Right, gentlemen, it's been fantastic, but
okay.
this night of all nights, good night's sleep. I have a lot to do tomorrow before we even start.
Okay. All right. You have a whole day
so
tomorrow.
I'll leave you to it. I do, but
right.
I have other things in the middle of the day, unfortunately.
Okay.
And you should reach out to me at, what would be about 10 o'clock your time, 10, 11 o'clock your time, and I'll try and walk you through Powder Monkey.
All right, I will do that. Thank you very much. All right,
All right.
cheers.
Bye.
Goodbye, folks.
Nice to go, everyone. Take care of sleep. Nice to hear everyone. Did someone in the US in our industry have expectation the RM would take the Curtis SB-2C Helldiver? I'm sure some thought they would. There's always
Probably
going to be,
someon did, yeah.
let's be honest, there's a lot of salesmen involved in that industry. There's going to be someone who thinks they should do.
Any?
To be fair, Cox, the RN had the observer hanging over the side to time the waves for a long, long time. That had been something they'd been doing since they'd started having observers in the torpedo bombers. Literally, that was a core part of it from the get-go. They've been timing it. It's just it's bringing it all together. If you were a Normandy-class battleship, channel, thank you, and you were given the choice between being completed as planned or as built, what would your choice be? If I'm a Normandy-class battleship myself and I have the choice, I'm going to go be completed as planned. I'll be more useful. Do you think Germany should build aircraft carriers or statecraft? Look, it depends on what you're talking about. If you're talking about Germany building them as part of a global part of a task group they're building to be a global battle group that can go and defend German interests in the Atlantic, the Mediterranean, the Middle East, the Far East, wherever they needed, yeah, there's an argument for it. But if they're not going to build that full task group and they're going to expect it to operate in the Baltic, there's no point in that. It's not an aircraft carrier is not what you need for the Baltic. Nice to everyone. Yes, it's true. The Bureau of Ordnance had to be actively forced to fix things. It's true, but at the same point, you were asking a question which was setting up for an argument where the British versus the Americans, and that wasn't the situation you were dealing with at that point. So the way you'd structured the question caused the problem that question. If you go back and read that question and read what you wrote, you'll realize hopefully you'll realize what you structured as, because you hadn't asked a question about the Mark 6 detonator and using that. You had basically done a situation of, well, the British detonators failed, so the Americans thought that the British would take theirs. No, because as I explained, that wasn't the situation for the British, and that's also not the situation for the Americans, as Fleet explained. So that's a very you set up a question which was a false dichotomy, is what we could have usually to refer to that question.
And also, too, with the Mark 6, one of the biggest issues with the Mark 6 was that the U.S. didn't understand, because it hadn't done the testing, that the Earth's magnetic field varies. The Royal Navy does understand that. So they know to make the adjustments.
And even on Steve just added the question about the Germany getting LHDs. Again, it's the Baltic. Honestly, you have shore-to-shore maneuver assets. You don't need ship-to-shore maneuver assets, and you don't need ships to carry them for the Baltic. The Baltic is not doing that. If you are going past that, then you can think about those sort of things and maybe operating F-35Bs and LHDs. But again, that's a useful thing. But is Germany going to invest in creating the force necessary to support that? Because there's this idea people have that you have the amphibious ships and they don't have a task group with them. And arguably, one of the problems you could say with the British recently, and one of the reasons why it's an easy case for the government to make to get rid of Albion and Bulwark, not a case I agree with, is that because they continually keep operating both carriers, because the carrier battle groups are in such demand at the moment due to the many issues which have built up in with our allies in various positions in terms of their carrier battle groups, meaning that the combined carrier force for the Western navies, which if you consider is America, Britain and France, which comes into a force of roughly between 12 and 13 available assets, usually. means that they are in constant need. So, which means you haven't been able to form an amphibious task group with escorts. Because your escorts are constantly going to the carrier battle groups. And we didn't have, because of the previous Labour government's decisions about procurement and followed up by the Conservative government's then afterwards subsequent decisions about escorts, we haven't got enough escorts to man free escort groups. We haven't got enough to do that and do our standing patrols. So, yeah. The thing is, even if you're building a amphibious task group, even if you're building LHDs, you still need the escorts to escort it, and that's the trouble for the Germans at the moment. Bowmeal Boy, what links were there between the Cannon-class cruisers and their namesake counties? There were a lot of emotional links done. They did a lot of connections in terms of events, hosting dinners, having councillors aboard. If there was a port in the county, they'd try and visit occasionally. They would, freedom of the cities, those sort of things. It's the Royal Navy does a lot to promote the relationship between the two organisations, the two things, between the county and the ship. Kind of like the Royal Navy did a lot with the tribal class destroyers and their tribes they represented. Matthew Valerians, how do cruise missiles change the role of aircraft carriers given a flotilla warship can conduct the same strike as a carrier without risking pilots or planes? Well, it's quite simple. You see, you launch that strike and then you're out of missiles and you have to go home to rearm at the moment. Whereas a carrier group launches its strike and then they go back to the carrier, they rearm, they strike again, and then they go back to the carrier and they strike again. And while they're doing this, the carrier pulls up against a fleet auxiliary, and that reloads the carrier, and then they keep arming up the aircraft and keep on striking. That's the difference between your carrier and your ships with their missiles. So when you talk about a carrier as in go, oh yes, the ships have launched the missiles. Great, they've launched them. Now reload. Please do, reload. The Americans will go, well, we demonstrated the ability to do it recently. I go, yes, you did. And your combat operations, your ships currently patrolling, let's say, the Red Sea, where are they reloading their missiles? Is it at sea? No, they're going back to port to do it. That's the trouble. You used to be able to restock ammunition to see the guns, shells, and that was the other thing in the Falklands that was found. The whole idea was that you weren't going to need guns because missiles were so much better. Well, unfortunately, one of the things you found quickly in the Falklands was that you can get rid of missiles can go rather quickly, whereas you can't really restock as well at sea, whereas you can restock the gun ammunition. And it's the same with aircraft carriers. So basically, if you want to, your first cruise missiles are your initial strike. They are about taking a suppression of enemy air defenses. They're about opening up the way for the crewed aircraft to come through. Your crewed aircraft are your second strike, your third strike, your fourth strike, your fifth strike, your sixth strike, your seventh strike, your eighth strike, your ninth strike, your 10th strike, all the stuff. And your combat air support, all these persistent missions, your dominant, your airborne early warning, all the things that are key force enablers are what come from your carrier. So that's the sort of the scenario we're talking about. And that's the difference. Could you elaborate further on the Vickers 1944 triple turret you mentioned earlier this week? Yeah, there is a mock-up, and there is discussion about whether or not one was actually built. This is something I'm looking into. But Vickers do seem to have a design hanging around in 1904 for a triple turret with a 14-inch gun. Now, it's not the best triple turret design in the world, but it would have worked. It seems to have done, and it would be it's an interesting counterpoint in history because it's one of those things which was actually considered with Lord Nelson's, and so if they had gone the triple turret, even if they hadn't gone the 14-inch, that's going to have a big impact on the Dreadnought because those turrets they ordered more Lord Nelson turrets when they ordered those turrets. And the thing is, if you have a triple turret with 14-inch as the standard for Lord Nelson's, that's going to be the standard for Dreadnought. And the thing is, with triple turrets also, that means you couldn't have had wing turrets, because triple guns won't go in a wing turret. Triple turrets don't work as wing turrets, not when they've got main battery guns. So you would end up with something which probably looked more like an Orion class, i.e. super firing guns fore and aft, and a fifth turret in the middle. And so that would change things historically quite amazing. Yeah.
Just to address a point Information Mimic has raised, I think it's important to point out that carriers need to rearm too. They do it just a bit later than missile cruisers. I mean, they eventually run out of aviation and ammunition, and more crucially, aviation fuel. Yes, but you can do underway replenishment.
I
with
refer you
those.
to what I
You can't do
I refer you to what I already mentioned, where Royal Fleet Auxiliary comes alongside, they refuel and rearm from the auxiliary at sea. That's what I actually said, Information Mimic. So, yeah, you've pointed this out, and that's worthwhile. I pointed out as well. I'm not sure why you feel the need to add it in again, but obviously perhaps you missed that bit. But as I said, Royal Fleet Auxiliary comes alongside and rearms, refuels. They can resupply at sea. That's the advantage. And they do need eventually to return to port, but it's going to be a lot later. So has that explained it to your satisfaction, Information Mimic?
I don't know if that was meant combatively, but I did see it and it was relevant to earlier. Sorry, my mic has arrived, so I am poking around with it, trying to.
Oh, that wasn't sort of meant combatively from back. Information Mimic. No, they. Oh, yeah. So this is the point. The America doesn't lack resupply ships. They have them. They don't have enough of them. Unlike the Royal Navy isn't operating enough of them. Royal Fleet Auxiliary. They're not operating enough of them, but they still have them, and they can still use them, and they can still sustain operations. So that there's a difference between not having them and lacking enough of them. And I'm not doing this in a combative way, but you very kindly you sort of poked your head up, put it in, and so as I can hear the comments coming in, because I always get them, I'm responding to you. So as you've really sort of pointed yourself out to that one, thank you for doing that, by the way. But it's a case of I get this said to me so many times. Oh yeah, missiles or this and that, and you go, no, because it's the stuff that isn't sexy that actually makes wars viable. It's logistics, and that's the thing about the carrier. The difference between having a carrier and not having a carrier. If you don't have a carrier and you don't have those Royal Fleet auxiliaries or those auxiliary vessels to supply you, you have your forces are a lot shallower in their strength, because they have to go. Again, it's why is the carrier so useful for air defense? It's because you can rearm the aircraft and you can have them out thinning down the herd long before they reach the ship's stockpiles, the VLS supplies. Because it's something when you go 96 sounds such a large number when you say it out loud, doesn't it? But then you put it down and go, well, you're probably going to launch a couple in each engagement, and you might carry some Tomahawks, so that's going to be, let's say, 12, and maybe some ASROC or SubROC or something like that might be another 12. So you're down to 72 VLS cells, and let's say you need to launch 2 missiles to. Let's say you need to launch 3 missiles to guarantee hitting 2 targets. Let's be really, really generous to the missiles here. Well, that means that I can, if I've got 72 left, divide by 3, that's 24, times by 2, that's 48 targets I can engage. Missiles and aircraft coming in. Does that sound like a large number? And then you go, well, okay, fine, but I've got a task group. Maybe I've got 4 of these ships. Okay. 4 times 48. That's 192. Now again, if I can take down aircraft at range before they launch their missiles, it's far easier for me to take out the aircraft than it is to take out all the missiles. And it's the same when we're talking about drones. And they say, well, what happens if you have all these little drones coming and attack you? And you go, well, normally those little drones don't have the range to get out to a carrier battle group really out at sea, operating from 100 miles or so offshore. But, if they do, that's going to have to be dealt with. And they go, well, let's say they've got a drone which carries them. And I go, well, then it just returns back to the same problem we've been dealing for the last 80-odd years. which is okay. Strike aircraft coming out. It's far easier to kill the aircraft, the carrying aircraft, than it is the aircraft they launch. So you basically arrange your cap and try and engage that mother aircraft, the UAV, which is bringing out the mini UAVs, before it gets to the launch point. Because it's far easier to chase down one target than dozens of little ones. Okay. Now, Black Maximus, could you elaborate further on the Vickers 94? I did that one. Oh, Rumsfeld. Why do carriers need fixed-wing carrier on-board delivery? I suppose the helicopter's doing the same thing. Seems like a program I can cut. Information. Sorry for derail. I'll try to return to this question at some point. Okay. Fine. Rumsfeld, why do carriers need fixed wing carrier on delivery? Basically, it's a range thing. It's just a range thing. You can usually carry. Usually, you can carry more stuff internally and over longer range, especially when they're doing it. And the existing program has been in place for a long time. But yeah, quite a few navies use helicopters for their carrier on board delivery now. So it's a case of probably better option is to use it. But if you're going to save money, go for helicopters because you've already got a helicopter ASW program.
And also, you can carry a lot more weight in fixed wing than you can in rotary, by and large. And there's also less maintenance on a fixed wing aircraft than there is on a rotary aircraft because fixed wings aren't, beating physics into submission, however temporarily, to get off of the ground.
Yeah.
Montana, you missed the reappearance of David Rumsfeld, who is now calling himself God Emperor. God Emperor of what? I have no idea, but he'd fit right in the Imperium.
It does worry me. I am worried.
Yeah, it does.
It worries me on several levels. Now, I have to say, I looked up the USN's military sea lift command, and what I will do is because I know Sal's been talking about this, and he's also coming on Two Historians at some point.
That'll be fun.
It will be fun.
Say hello from Roscoe.
I will do. When did I save that? Can I do that? No. Okay, so I have another option. Do that, and go
Derp Squad,
to...
you can't really beat the laws of physics into submission. What you can do is you can annoy them to the point where they leave you alone briefly.
It doesn't work.
And just kind of sit back and wait for you to make a mistake.
So, the joys that is the US military Sea Lift Command. And yeah, this is some of the stuff I occasionally work with and I can look at. So when we're looking at what we're talking about, when we're talking about all their ships, we are talking not really combat support command or the dry cargo and tankers. Those are strategic lift and assets, which are for things like major amphibious operations. Then we got the fleet support of special missions, which are basically day-to-day supports, asset managements, various specialists, things like the expeditionary sea base, those sort of things. And then we have the fleet oilers and the combat logistics force. Now, the fleet ordnance and dry cargo ships, basically these ones are the ones we're talking about, and the fast combat support ships of the supply class. Now, honestly, supply and Arctic are two very specialist, useful assets which you really, really want, because they're the ones you can usually do rapid supply with. But the thing is, any of these can be assisted and can be used to supply, or between all the 14 of them, can be used to supply a carrier battle group. So, basically, this is what I'm talking about, of being able to resupply your carrier from these supply ships. And the trick is then the supply ship goes somewhere else to pick up the supplies and brings them back out. So the supply ship basically goes to the port to get the supplies and bring them back to the carrier. The carrier has enough supplies for a few days, or a good few days operations aboard, and the supply ship can provide multiply that with its supplies and then go and get more. And ideally, what you want is to have at least 2 supply ships per carrier battle group, so you can have one with the carrier battle group and one going back, rearming and coming back. So basically, they can alternate that way. That's what you really want, at least 2 supply ships for it. But again, the US Navy has pretty much got 16 supply ships. Not quite 2 for each carrier group, but probably enough that they can generate 2 for each active carrier group in an active war zone that they are probably likely to generate at this point.
Oh, and I'd also like to point out that those ships I'd actually ask instead of point out, because I don't know for the answer. I would imagine anytime any of these ships goes out to sea, it probably has an escort.
It should do. It's supposed to. It's one of the big reasons why the US Navy are now quite so worried about making sure the Constellation class get in service as quickly as possible. And for the Royal Navy, it was the original one of the original reasons why the Type 23s were quite so being pushed through, because that was one of their jobs, because they are light frigates and that's one of the things they're supposed to do. Now,
I am going to usurp the queue briefly here, because Dr. Clarke can probably answer this one quite quickly. From Jacob W5570. I know questions are closed, but anyone in the chat know of any good book or books about the Copenhagen 5-mast Brouwer from 1921?
There is a...
Aru?
If it's what I'm thinking of in terms of a sailing ship, there is a good one about the last sailing ships, which is all about the sailing ships built between after World War One, which was published by USNI a couple of years ago. Can't remember its title. I have no idea. I would have to oath a ship from Azur Lane. I think that's more. This is more a Fleet of Oceans question.
Unfortunately, I had to look this up. Unfortunately,
you can look it up.
Essentially, if you had to marry a ship girl from Azur Lane, which one would it be?
Yeah. Thanks, information from Mick. Marry a ship girl from Azur Lane.
I'm going with Cleveland. We all know Fleet's going with Hoche.
If I was gonna basically marry one, I think it's a tough choice between Arc-Ron and Lustrous, but I think I'll go for Lustrous.
Yes, Dragon, please, as a warm-up to get Fleet ready for what he is about to undertake, ask him this question.
Please do.
And then clip the answer and send it to me. Oh god, now it's my turn. Mega Scro, for the naval Minecraft server, will the ships be armed and will there be something for them to fight? Player factions, NPC pirates, Megalodon/Kraken, etc. Mega Scro, if you want to put that much effort and dev time into essentially making a navalized version of Block Game and paying all the server fees and adminning it so that it does not violate TOS, so on and so forth, you are more than welcome to. I am not touching it with a 10-foot pole.
But I think it'll be fun.
Moving on.
And Drac and me
For
have
who?
ideas for things we could build.
Okay.
And we want to have a naval battle
not
versus the
stopping
Ender.
you.
We're considering having a naval battle versus the Ender Dragon.
I'm not stopping you. I'm just not facilitating it.
Oh, we're going to invite you along anyway.
Blackburn Maximus. North Sea oil field is instead located in Scotland. The field is discovered in 1904. What changes?
Well, you know that whole debate about whether they were making warships oil-fired or not, oil-powered? That suddenly doesn't happen. And probably the Orion class are oil-fired. Because it's too late for the Dreadnought series, but the post-Dreadnoughts, the post-Dreadnoughts definitely, the Orions probably get oil-fired. Be fun. What changes after that? Well, the whole of history changes, because if the Royal Navy has got Welsh coal and oil, and it's a choice to use and as much as it wants, then there is all sorts of issues for all sorts of other navies to deal with. All members be advised. Yeah, Montana 67 is very true. All members should be discussing Minecraft servers for Runon. That is something to encourage them.
Look, with. You can discuss them as much as you want. Just don't assume that I'm going to go and moderate it and admin it and build one out. As it is, I have to learn C# so I can get the bot working right. I am not adding Java to that list.
Don't worry. Sadly enough, Java programming is one of my skills I still have. So. If anyone's going to end up with them, once I've built a server, that'll probably be me who'll be running the server and sorting it all out, if we end up going that. Yeah, on the Windjammers. Interesting enough information. Once you said that name, I did actually think of the book. And there is oh, where is it? US&I did it a couple of years ago on Windjammers. Personally, I recognise this one because I have this one in my stock. The Last of the Windjammers by Basil Lubbock, which I actually have in my own book collection somewhere. But it's Paul Simpson, Windjammer, published by the version I've got is published by Lulu Press. But I'm sure there's a book more recently done 2017 published by US&I. Let me check it up. I'm just literally scrolling through the US&I back catalogue. Um. Oh, good lord! I didn't realise this book was that expensive. Oh. I think it could be. Is it that one? Yeah, Robert Carter. Robert Carter's book is a really cool one. That's all full of paintings of them. And oh, is it this one? No, that wasn't. I can't find it, but I'm sure there was one published not too long ago by USNI, which was all about them. Can't find it down the mountain, man. There's still the books around, I think. Now,
RG, Lord Fisher, when dreaming up Incomparable, is handed a 20-inch autoloader design. How does this affect the design? And if he gets the budget, what would it change? And the reactions of other powers.
before I
I
answer
guess the
this,
question is how
I'm
fast does the
refilling my own
autoloader
brew.
work?
I'm refilling my
I'm
own
surprised
brew.
that's all you're refueling. And I do see a question, or I did see a question, or I thought I saw a question regarding Hosh in there, and I have an answer, and I don't quite know what to think of it, but I do believe that you can't make that ship any worse, aesthetically at least.
Okay, so if you have a 20-inch autoloader that can give you a sustained rate of fire in any autoloader in this sort of scenario, we're talking about something which is going to give you a sustained rate of fire, which is a viable rate of fire for salvoing, which means you need to be firing more than 1 round a minute. You need to be probably about 2 rounds a minute, but you can probably get away with 3 rounds in any 2 minutes, okay? If you've got that for a 20-inch gun, you have now made a 20-inch gun a viable system. If you've got an autoloader, then you've probably got a design for a barrel. If you've got that, it's scalable. Now, the interesting thing is, if you haven't got a barrel for a 20-inch gun, but you've got this autoloader design that works for a 20-inch shell, guess what you can do if you've got something which can move in the mass of a 20-inch shell? You can scale it. So that means you can get autoloaders working for 16.5-inch guns, 18-inch guns, 14-inch guns, 12-inch guns, with commensurately higher rates of fire. Excuse the gas there, but I'd swallowed the iron brew rather quickly. If he gets the budget to build this, and you build this, what are the reactions of the other powers? Well, the US Navy is probably crying as the ghost of Tillman does a dance over them. The Germans are definitely crying at that point. The French are going, mud. And everyone else sort of going, oh, good lord, the Brits have done it again. But also, you have to consider, if you've got working 20-inch guns, battle cruisers start to make a lot of sense, because there is no amount of armor that is going to really help you. So you are armoring yourself not against ships which have the same level of guns as you, but you're armoring against ships which have lesser guns than you. But if you've got a 20-inch, that's just the amount of firepower you're going to bring to bear on targets is going to be obscene. I mean, truly obscene. And also, it's going to depend on how many guns per turret you can do, because if you've got twin turrets, oh. yeah, it probably would be an enhanced renown version, but yeah, if you've got the autoloader and you can make it work, and you don't need the hotel facilities for all the crew, so you only need maintenance crews rather than servicing crews and firing crews. And you can adjust it so that you can use it for all your other guns. You could probably get away with a ship which ended up with 4 twin turrets. And 8 20-inch guns would probably be enough to make pretty much every navy in the world cry. Well, then they just try and build their own equivalents. That's it. That's what they do. They cried and they get on with it. And result, will the Type 83s have county, city, or town names? Well, city names have gone to the Type 26s. All right. Type 31s have had what I call the emotional reductivity names. In that, I looked at it and went, oh, so we've gone for virtues or something. Someone had a bright idea in a meeting, didn't they? Someone had a very bright idea. So what do we likely see happen with Type 83s? Well, Type 32s possibly will give us a bit of a clue, because the Type 32s, what are they going to return to? Are they going to continue on with this virtue idea, or are they going to return to the named results? Because normally the Royal Navy goes A, B, D, or C, so the letter names series, and then something else. So they had the Type 22s, which were the Bs. They're all B names. Then the Type 23s, which were the Duke class, which are named after the ducal seats, which also includes quite a lot of the bigger county seats, etc. And, those things. Then you have the Type 45s, which are the Ds. Okay. Then the Type 26s, which are the cities. The Type 31s, which are the virtues. So, theoretically, the Type 83s should be something along that lines, but the thing is, Rivers has gone to patrol boats, and that'd be a bit small. Going for counties might make sense, but then there's going to be the cities and counties, and there's the very real chance you might end up with a county having both a city ship name for it and a county name for it, which is going to cause an imbalance of it, and there's going to be some places which don't have anything. So what I think you might end up with, and this is my sneaking suspicion, is they might go the Royals route. Now, they've already got Prince of Wales in service. But if you think about it, if you went the Duke of Edinburgh, now that's a useful thing to go, because Edinburgh is going to be named a Type 26 frigate. So probably won't go that way, but Duke of Edinburgh could have been a good idea to go down. But if you've got a Type 26 frigate named it, that's not going to happen. So the Type 83s, it's kind of a bit of a... you're in a bit of a problem, because the better counties to name things for have been taken by the city ships, in some regards. The duchies are the Type 23s, and again, the duchies there are overlapping. And so you can't go for Edinburgh because that's a Type 26, and you'd want, if you were going to do a duchies or dukedoms, you'd want to have one after Prince of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. Honestly, I think they've backed themselves into a bit of a corner with the city name, picking the city names for the Type 26s, but they always have these options, and there are a few other options they can go. Dreadnought is also, they've picked Dreadnought names, Warspite, etc. for the SSBNs. Virtues for the Type 31s. So they really back, and they're not going for the eyes, because we're not going for, in a nice way, Invincible worked out for those the smaller carriers, but you don't want to have them coming back in service so soon as that, because it's going to remind people that we've gone down in carriers again and start off a discussion. Battles is a temptation. I I'm tempted also by admirals. It could be admirals. It could be admirals or battles. Those are definitely good ideas to go with. And the other thing is they could go ease. They could, as I said, it depends. If the Type 31s are continue on the Type 32s continue on with virtues, then they could make the Type 83s the E class. So they could go with HMS Excalibur, HMS Excellent, HMS Enterprise, which would sort of fit. Echo would probably not come back with an E-class back cruiser, but there's options. There are options. Ren, Rapid Raceback. What's your top priority with the proceeds from last week's efforts? Pictures for books. Pictures for books. Although I won't be. I'm not buying the pictures currently just yet. I'm going to do that probably after Christmas, because at the moment everyone seems to be various messages seem to be we are going to be here on these days, and these days, and if I have any problems or if they send me the wrong pictures, I like people to actually be in the office for me to call up. So yeah, there are options. There is that's going to happen. So it's going to be pictures, and they're going to be a trip to the National Archives in Kew and Greenwich to check their systems. The trouble is, Seneca Nero, the odds are UK usually changes government about every 10 to 15 years. That's the sort of roll. It might not be this time. They might actually take longer, but that's usually what roughly happens. And so the odds are with the current government in power, I don't think they would want former colonies. I think you'd want. I think it would need to be a conservative government for that one, that side to come up with. Really, it's going to sound strange. I'm talking about conservatives versus Labour in the UK political system. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Not, yeah. Don't read any more of that. Literally, I'm just using the party names. During the late Cold War, why did a few other nations, other than the USA, pursue power projection? Well, they all pursue it to a lesser or greater extent. The thing is, power projection, if you're thinking about it in terms of global scale, or regional power projection, or do you have to have a constant global presence and constant power projection around the world, or are you going to use task groups for selective projection when you need to? There are lots of different scales of power projection. So there's the US model where they've gone for the same model which the British were on, which is basically global policeman power projection model, which is also the otherwise known as the absolute power model. Or the I can influence everything and I will tell you what to do model, in a very polite way. Or you can go, there are multiple steps down that. So lots of countries did pursue power projection, but they pursued power projection as it was relevant to them in terms of their ability to project power to what they needed to do. Not everyone needs to do it to the same level. No, we're not even going there, Channel or Channel.
Okay, I had to look this up and generate these images, and let's put it this way. You can't make the host look any worse than it does in real life. And if I have to deal with these images...
Montana 67. The British have a real problem with naming ships after former heads of government. We've done it occasionally in change of we've done it with Churchill already once. It was a submarine, but it's very difficult because heads of state is one thing. Heads of government becomes a very political matter, and there's always someone who's going to bring up issues. There's always someone who's going to bring up issues. Blackman Maximus, that's basically the same question as the Type 83 question, because that's the level of ship you're talking about, so I think I've already answered that. And I'd say that's an improvement on Hosh, realistically. At least one of those.
Yes, it is, which tells you exactly how ugly that ship was when it was actually made.
Yeah. Staker, how can you maintain a naval tradition in a landlocked nation? Ask Switzerland. They do quite a good job of having a bit of a navy, having a bit of a force. But, you know, basically it's a case of, are you prepared to invest in it? Do you have access to the sea? If you do, you can. If you don't, you can't. Andrew Cox, which countries do you think need or should have sea carriers that currently do not or have or are not developing the capability? Okay, so carriers, there is scale of what you're talking about. You know, there's a whole range of different carriers you can have. I would say certainly for LHDs, something like a Trieste class, I would say Canada could certainly justify them with their needs and their strategic situation. I would say Australia, longer term, might, if they want to re-establish some sort of greater depth of defence in terms of using the sea as their defensive moat, they might look at a carrier, because again, it's about being able to rearm the aircraft. The same thing as the carrier is a thing because you can rearm it at sea. It's set up to handle and dispose of the weapons and reload the aircraft because of the size or scale of the weapons you're dealing with. Because the thing about weapons, if you're talking about ship-based long-range weapons, they are massive because they need to be. In order to be able to first launch themselves into the air and then fly to their targets. That's why they're the size they are. With air launch systems, the aircraft's already got them up to altitude. It's already launched, so they can be smaller and still have really long range. And they also get the range of the aircraft added on. And that's the great thing for the air launch systems. That's the advantage. But also that size means that it's easier to transfer them across to a carrier, to load them across with the fleet auxiliaries, etc. and those things. So, yeah. LHDs, there's a couple of countries you probably need. I said Canada. In terms of carriers, I'd say the thing is, you look at it, the big powers that already need them are sort of heading there. There's South Korea talking about it. There's Japan talking about it. You need to be a certain size and a certain volume of capability to be able to sustain a carrier battle group, and you need to build up that infrastructure to support that. So the thing is, it's limited to power options and things. I wouldn't be surprised if you see a greater push soon for for more of the European powers to maybe consider it, the ones that can. Sort of Spain to get back into it. Italy already has one, France, etc. That they might be sort of more push in Europe about it because of the realities of operating in the high north and supporting allies up there, but also the realities of the Mediterranean and other things. It's a flexible asset when you're dealing with the realities you've got. Steve Clarke. So, Fu, if the Battle of Actium was somehow replicated in Warhammer 40k, who represents which faction? I think that needs to be saved for the Fu. Is Dragon around?
Yep.
Can you pass it on?
Already done.
Dragon, pass it on. You know, that's good. Dave Harrison. Following the Washington Treaty, if a navy suffered a complete loss of a capital ship for accident, e.g. magazine was allowed to replace a ship. Yes. Buggate829. Do you see the USN building SSGNs based on the Columbia-class SSBNs after they are built, or does the USN stick with the enlarged SSNs? At the moment, their plan is to stick with the large SSNs, but honestly, I think having some SSGNs would be sensible, and I think maybe changing the first 4 Columbia class to SSGNs and building some more Columbias on the end would be a good idea, but that's gonna have to see how that stacks into the build program. Bones World of Science Technology. What type of ship is the Royal Canadian Navy missing which could be useful? I think I just mentioned an LHD, and that's really the thing that could be most useful for them. But they also need supply ships to support that. But the thing is, they're going to have the Type 26s, which would be a very good ship for working in concert with that sort of asset. Seneca Nero. Careful. Matthew Blends, why have medium powers pursued aircraft carriers after the end of the Cold War? Because they're useful. It depends on, for which, it depends on what kind of power projection you want to do, as I said. If you're the Royal Navy, if you're Britain, Britain is one of those countries which people go, well, look how it's not what the size it once was, etc. And that's all true, but if you have to look at its exposure to the world, consider defence spending to extent like insurance. The British go, well, the trouble is for us is our economy is a service-based economy today. That's the largest part of our financial sector. Look at what the services are. Mostly, we're selling the movement of money and the movement of goods and the facilitation of that and the paperwork around that to goods moving from one part of the world to another part of the world, all over the world. That's what we do. That's the financial transactions which go through London, and also insuring those goods and movements. This means that we are massively exposed to it. And whilst you might say, well, the Americans are the global world's policemen, so the British don't need to do that. The thing is, the British will tell you, as their own experience as being world policemen, the world policeman is most likely to help the person who can also be helpful to them. I.e., if you can do your turn of duty as well as sort of fitting in the role occasionally, they are more likely to help you. So if you have a carrier battle group and you can turn up and take on, fit in and go, oh yeah, we'll help out here or we'll help out with this, then you're far more likely to have their support. Do you want to go garden? Sorry, poodle bladder. Back in a second.
Okay. Bud Guy 8829. What would a modern cruiser and battleship look like? Battleship, scaled up Zumwalt with hypersonics. Cruiser, Zumwalt with hypersonics. Like if you're talking super bleeding edge, first rank asset for its tier, you're pretty much getting railguns. You're having a large kinetic energy battery and a large VLS hypersonic battery. Bud Guy 8829. I think, is my next comment working? I'm not certain. Let me check. Yes. Okay, good. Elon needs to stay in his lane. That's pretty much it. Elon just needs to stay in his lane. The question is, Bud Guy 8829, what do you think of Elon Musk's opinion that we should just build drones instead of manned fighter planes? He needs to stay in his lane. That's what I think of his opinion. Chandler Channel, question 63, RE Scuttlebutt 7. I was asking what a sensible defense strategy for peninsular nations bordering important seaways like Spain or Italy that have infamous land powers at the border. I'm going to wait for Dr. Clarke to come back on that one. Bud Guy 8829, do you see any other countries beside the US, China, and Russia to start building and operating bombers? I'm assuming you're talking strategic bombers. If that's the case, probably not. You might see a joint European project, but to build bombers, you really need a civilian airliner industry to build aircraft on that scale. And right now, you have named at least 2 of the largest civilian airliner programs that we have. And Jacob, yes, he is, but that doesn't necessarily mean he knows what he's talking about when he buys something. Blackburn, being a new month, my once a month ship girl question images up. So, what is your opinion on Azure Lane Attigo, who has dog ears?
Just to apologize, Poodle is currently dancing around the garden, I think, trying to do number 2, so this is why it's taking this long. I do apologize. Normally he's a quick pee and come back in, but he's trying to do something slightly more than normal.
Ara? Question mark? I don't know if that answers your question, but that's what you're getting. Yeah, Team U, that's why I say it would probably be a joint European project with Airbus. If they had it, but also Europe for European theater conflict, you don't really need strategic bombers. You can do it all with guided munitions. You don't need the strategic bombers. You need tactical bombers. and strike aircraft, but you don't really need strategic bombers. U.S., Russia, and China all have targets that are way over there. So a strategic bomber tends to make more sense for them, and they also tend to, at least notionally, have the infrastructure to build that size of an airframe. Got one for you, Dr. Clarke. Scuttlebutt 7, Chandler Channel, question 63.
Well, there's also Bug Guy 229's one. I'll just do that quickly. Because in the nicest way, Elon Musk is what I would call a futurist. The trouble is, the future's not here yet. He is constantly imagining the future, and that's one of the most interesting things about him. He's like the guy who used to head, Steve Jobs, who used to head our Hubble. They have a vision for the future. The problem is when you're dealing with futurists, is they can't tell you when that future is going to come about. They always think it's imminent. But it might not be here yet. And I have no doubt that someday what Elon Musk says will be right. And people go, look, he predicted the future. And that's true. But that could be 10 years from now. It could be 50 years from now. It could be 100 years from now. And the trouble is, if you get rid of the F-35s now and go, we're going to go drones, and you haven't got the software and the programs aren't ready yet, then you haven't got anything. And the F-35 is a very good system. Now, I personally think the F-35 probably is going to be the last generation of completely manned, of always manned aircraft. I think probably we're going to be looking at next generation fighters be optionally manned, depending on mission, and some of them might be operating long wingman. But that's a long way down the line. That's a long way down the line. We're talking at least 40 probably years until we get to that generation in service. And so there's a lot of technology that's going to come through that. Scuttlebutt 7, which was, I was asking, what would be a sensible defense strategy for peninsula nations bordering important seaways, like Spain or Italy, that have infamous land powers at the border? Which period are we talking about? Today? 1920s? If we're talking about today, then if you're a peninsula strategy, you have... What do you want? You think you deserve more? You've had it, Mickey. Oh, you're responding to your brother who's also woofing. What's he woofing about? You don't know. You're just woofing back. He appears to have stopped. No, he started up again. Do you two have to have... Is my live getting in the way of your conversation? Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Okay. Okay. Ugh. Thank you. I didn't really need your wet paw in my mouth. Get down. Calm down and behave. He has sat. Believe it or not, he is sitting down there behaving. Calm down. The trouble is the corgi's woofing next door. So I'm not sure if you can hear the corgi woofing. You can probably hear the poodle woofing. But the corgi's responding to the poodle woofing. The poodle's responding to the corgi woofing. And that's the thing that's going on. Calm down. I know your brother's woofing, but you don't need to. Okay? You don't need to. It's all okay. It's all okay. So, Scuttlebutt 7. I was asking what would be a sensible defense strategy for peninsula nations bordering in important seaways. If we're talking about today, we're talking probably having a layered approach in terms of SSKs, mines, and some sort of small stratophile surface craft, because that's defensive assets. If you're talking about going back in time, that's pretty much you adapt that going back. Bug Guy 9. Do you see other countries beside the US trying to start building and operating bombers? Why do they need to? As Runon was already quite rightly pointing out, why do they need to? And to an extent, it's a range and distance thing, but also it's a why do I need this asset? It's a force multiplication asset, but it's also if you've got, let's say, carriers, if you've got tanking, you can already reach those points sometimes with the existing strike assets you have. So the question is, how often do I have to do this scenario that makes it worthwhile me having a specialist type of aircraft for that role? How often do I have to do that to justify me having that specialism versus me using what I have existing already in a creative manner? Yeah, it was a positive wolf feedback loop. And Black One Maxus, bring a new month. Once again, ship girl question is up. So, what is the opinion of Azur Lane Atago who has dog ears? Oh, frigate.
I'm going to repeat what I said earlier. Ara, ara.
Those are very fluffy looking ears. Let's carry on to the next question, please. The fact that my cousins are now starting to get into Azur Lane because they've been watching these videos worries me on many levels. Hello, yes. You're cute. You're cute. I know. You don't like your brother wolfing away. You don't know what's going on, do you?
We have
he was far
roughly
more
50-odd questions left
That's
on
fine.
the deck.
Okay. Shh, calm down. Calm down. I know he's still woofing. But calm down. You're behaving yourself. Behave. No. No. It's okay. Papa's here. Calm down. What's the next question then? I know. Dave Harrison. Italy designs Nova Caracciolo, late 23. Late 1923, I'm guessing. 28 knots, 815-inch, 40 cal, 4 twins, armed as appropriate to replace their 3 other astronauts. In Serv's late 20s. Littorio class built faster? Oh, they would be built faster. If you've got that built, and you've actually got that in the service, then you're going to build Littorio class a lot quicker, because you're going to have the infrastructure, not have to build up the infrastructure so much, and you're going to have a far more recent design and construction experience to work from. So that's the advantage. Oh. Information mimic. At some points, you keep falling into some of the traps of the discussions, and I'm going to explain this one. The cost, when you're doing the cost of the weapon system versus weapon system, you're making the wrong analysis. Okay? The cost of the weapon system, your defensive weapon system, is, versus the cost of what can get damaged if you get hit. So if I'm defending a a billion-pound oil tanker loaded up with a full load of fuel, then frankly it doesn't matter. Then as long as I'm expending missiles, the weapons I'm expending are cheaper than that by enough of a margin. Frankly, it's economically viable to use those missiles to defend against whatever's coming in, because the target, if damaged, is expensive enough. But there's electronic warfare. There's also the fact the range of those systems, and when people keep selling this, I sit down and go, so if that's so viable, that there's swarms of mixtures of piston engine drones and cheap rocket drones, the question I ask is, how many warships have the Houthis sunk recently? Because that's exactly what the Houthis have been doing, and they've chucked in their equivalents of what they claim to be hypersonics and all sorts of things as well. And yes, you are right. Some drones do use SIM cards for a country they're about to attack. They do, but also some nations cut that down quite quickly. There are nations which have differing systems and different infrastructure in that regard. There are nations with differing levels of preparations. And again, as I tend to point out, the classic case is 9/11, where up until 9/11 there has been a situation whereby any time someone hijacked an aircraft, they would be landed, it'd be ransomed. So the rule for pilots was that you let them do it. You let them do that because that's the safest for your crew. After 9/11, the worst case scenario suddenly became something very different, and suddenly that door is being secured. You're not getting through that door. And the plane lands as soon as it can, and the pilots get off because you're not going anywhere. And this is the thing, is you can use the SIM cards to get attack once, but that's a very relatively easy thing for someone to shut down. That's a relatively easy thing for someone to come up with a countermeasure for. Okay, the initial one is going to be a blanket one. We just turn off all the masts. That's a... Information mimic again. This is one of those things of, uh, you are right to an extent, but also wrong. You're right in the extent that people have decided that it's not profitable to use it. It's not necessarily worthwhile dodging it. It's cheaper insurance-wise not to do with it, but also you have the problem, I would argue, that I would argue, and you would have heard on bilge pumps when we discussed this when this things first started, etc., a long time ago back, issues we've talked about and other things, is that in some regards, we've been going for a proportional response approach to the Houthis and that situation, and maybe sometimes you need to do a little bit more. And that's the other problem. It's the limited amount of warships. It's not so much that the drones are so capable, it's the limited amount of warships being able to be deployed. Because the resources stretch. And that's something which goes back to, remember the old end of history? We have... we are now, we're now able to... Wars are going to be wars of choice thing from the 1990s in the West. That's not a technology thing. That's not a problem of the warships. That's a problem of the nations in terms of building the ships. And by the way, that's also added to the cost of them, because if you have a certain level of throughput, that actually keeps costs down on ships. Anyway. Okay, so let's see, what's the next question? Let's get out of the chat and get back to the questions.
Bud Guy 8829. What was the naval equivalent of the Jeep and the M1 Garand? I don't know about the Jeep, but I'd say the M1 Garand is probably the Bofors 40 mil.
The Jeep is probably the Flag class Corvette, let's be honest, it's going to be something like that.
Fair enough, both are reliable, produced in massive quantities, and quite effective at the job to which they were assigned.
Information mimic, the thing is, I think with drones, etc., one of the problems you are seeing with all these systems, there's a lot of publicity being given to the attacking systems, not a lot of publicity being given to the countermeasures at the moment. And one of the interesting things is that the laser systems were actually deployed earlier, and they just haven't been mass deployed. And why haven't the laser systems been mass deployed? Because no one wanted to put the money into it, because they thought they'd save money. So a lot of those systems haven't been put in place yet. No, the Liberty ship equivalent is the lorry, and that's the way, it's the big lorry. It's the lorries. It's got to be the lorries. But the hello boy. But the Deuce and a Half, etc. But the Jeep scenario is the Flare class Corvette, and yeah, the missiles. The amount of work I've seen going into the laser systems for that will probably be able to shred drones, and the amount of fact that we keep going, next generation of ships will have the drones. It's because of the slow pace of building the next generation of ships there has been, because so many ships have had their lives extended. You think about the Type 23s. They're supposed to do how many years in service? They were being built for no more than 20 years in service, and some of them are going to be nudging up there for 40. It's not good. So basically, the scenario is that we are in... it looks like things have got a technological advantage, but I don't really think they have got the same advantage. They're going to add to it, but there's nothing really different that we haven't been dealing with already. Swarm attacks have been a factor of life since the Cold War, and since prior to the Cold War in World War II. That's what kamikaze attacks were. That's what the overwhelming naval strikes were. They were all the Alpha strikes. They're all about swarm attacks, about overwhelming defenses. The point is, and with time when aircraft were considered a lot cheaper. Now aircraft have got a lot more complicated as we want to do a lot more, so they've got a lot more expensive. And now come in drones, and the drones will go through the same process. And that's the reality you always have to deal with. history has shown we repeat this pattern quite regularly. And there will be a countermeasure to them. And it's well, to an extent, drone warfare. There are two schools of thought that are going on with drone warfare. There's those who are including it into the discussions that we're already working with in the current forces, and there are those who are approaching it almost like they're the Juna Cole, where drones are going to take over everything. It's the whole everything. And I would argue, look at what happened in history. In history, the Juna Coles proved wrong, but the inclusionists were proved right. And that's usually the thing we're talking about. So I don't see it changing the fundamentals. I see it as adding more depth to it all. Well, if you're prepared to put the money into it, yes, you can mass produce it. Of course you can. The trouble with most of these things we're talking about is money. It's being prepared to spend the money. And the thing is, they believe they have me onto. There you go.
Blackburn Maximus. If the British took Alaska during the Crimean War, claimed to protectorate over Hawaii in the 1880s, and there was no Spanish-American War, how could this change things?
It's so massive. It's not a 5-minute question to answer, because that's going to fundamentally change a large chunk of history. For the Americans, it's going to fundamentally change America. If you think about it, that's 2 states which are no longer part of America. That's a big difference. That's no Spanish-American War, no coming of age in terms of that scenario. It's the constant.
Matthew Blairens. Should the UK create a maritime force that absorbs border force and takes over fishery protection and monitoring, undersea infrastructure to take the pressure off the RN and RFA? My first thought when I see this question is, where are you going to get the crew from to set that force up?
Basically, it sounds to me like you're taking Border Force and you're giving them more duties, taking money and ships off the Royal Navy to give them this ability. Because that's the thing is, you're just getting the money away. And then you're going to argue with the British system, because the civilian forces don't tend to carry weapons at sea. And so for fishery protection and counter-terrorism, the Navy still needs to come in. Which is one of the reasons why, despite there being a Scottish Fishery Protections and other ones, there still is the Royal Navy Fishery Protection Squadron. And whenever they need to do what might be a contested operation, the Royal Navy gets called in. So the reality is, under the UK system and UK structures, you'd just be creating more administration and paperwork. You'd just be creating more of an issue under the UK system. And the Maritime Force would probably be underneath the Home Office. But fishery protection, so they probably run through the Home Office, just as the current border force, I think, are they Home Office? Yeah, they're Home Office. And fishery protection. Fishery protection is interesting because, as said, there is a fishery protection squadron in the Royal Navy. There are also other fishery protection assets which are done through the Home Office. There are civilian ones, and often fishery protection is done in concert with the civilian authorities. So whilst the Royal Navy has a fishery protection squadron, they're de facto basically the patrol ships for the UK as well. So you're not going to have... Are we winding down? I don't think we are. I think we have plenty of questions to go. And even then, I'll probably keep going till about midnight. 50 questions to go. That's good. And I'll probably keep going to midnight anyway, if that's okay. If the Royal Navy had got Coastal Command in the 30s and wanted a long-range flying boat, do you think the short Shetland would have been ordered? A beauty matched only by the Blackburn. Nope, Sunderland. Just to get everything on that one. Seth Johnson, which northern country would build the best ice-grade command cruiser today? Finland. That's just easy enough. Finland's the one who builds the most most icebreakers of any of them. They have them. They have that advantage. And yeah, fishery protection is also quite good training and all sorts of things for the Royal Navy. It's quite a good system. Alright, so if you build a warship Model 2, reliability and ease of maintenance are the top priority, what do you steal from whom? What kind of warship am I building?
As a general rule, I would say steal from the Royal Navy because they're kind of at the top of the tree when it comes to this needs to be reliable or repairable.
Yeah, that is sort of the factor you are dealing with the Royal Navy, I would say. But in a nice way, it does depend on whether you're building cruiser, destroyer, what you're doing. But that is basically the ethos of the Royal Navy because of their idea of fighting on the outside of the world from their infrastructure hubs. So their industrial hub is Britain, of course, and that's where all their ships are built and where they can do the largest amount of work on them. So planning to fight a war in the Far East against the Japanese, and as they were in much of the 1920s and 30s, that's the outside of the world from their infrastructure, from their hubs, from their industrial hubs. So they need to make sure their things are as easy to maintain and reliable as possible, because they cannot afford to have ships go down on the outside of the world. Probably the most, the easiest and simplest to reliable and maintain ship in World War II was the Flag class. They were absurdly reliable. Absurdly being the emphasis here. In a bizarre alternate history, where the R&D commissions Hermes Invincible but keeps Ark Royal, how do you think the Falkland goes? That would mean Falklands War would have to take place a lot later. And we would probably be talking about 1984 sort of thing. So there is so much random other stuff that could have happened in that time. But if it does happen, then it's going to be a harder job for the Royal Navy, but probably the same structural problems for the Argentinians are still going to rear their heads in terms of their conscript army ashore and in terms of disunity of their command structure. So the British will probably still take advantage of those. And the Argentinians might also have their own issues with ships available. So you're talking about something which is 2 to 3 years down the road, because let's be honest, Ark Royal herself doesn't commission till 1980. When is it? She didn't commission till 1985. So for her to be involved, you've got to have the Falklands War delayed for at least 4 years. So that's a big long time.
Want to move on to Dave Harrison's question?
Yeah, let's go there.
Dave Harrison, 3x Novo Caracolos and 2 Littorios when Italy joins World War II. How viable would a sneak attack on Gibraltar or Alexandria be? What fortifications were in place to protect anchorages?
Well, what fortifications would be in place to protect anchorages? How viable would a sneak attack on Gibraltar or Alexandria be? Let me put it this way. If you have those ships in the service, there's going to be more defences put in place. But also, if they're doing a sneak attack, they're going to find themselves running into quite a lot of defences in terms of destroyers, in terms of submarines, in terms of aircraft. That's one of the things the Royal Navy submarines does during World War II. They are acting as a defensive net, so if you're trying to attack things, you're going to have problems. But what fortifications were in place to protect the anchorages? As said, those layers, but also there's going to be the battleships, etc., and things acting out. Don't expect to have it be a scenario. Mersal could be a scenario. Expect it to be a scenario whereby the Italians try it and the Italians get caught and get themselves in trouble. Because when the Italians did try these things with larger formations, they did tend to have a habit of getting caught because of what the British were doing, because the British were undeniably paranoid, because the British plan the trouble is, when you want to do these things on a nation which plans to do them others, they're paranoid about people doing it to them, so they tend to prepare for it. A lot of British war doctrine is about surprise attacking fleets in harbour. So one of the things they're quite well prepared for are surprise attacking on their fleets in harbour. So yeah, they would have done some defensive things. I know. So, next question. And Florida, I was replying to a quick WhatsApp message from my family. I love the way they have WhatsApp messages which come through, and I go, oh, okay, what am I supposed to be paying attention to? And their one was to remind me that I'm 45 off 14,000 and 1,045 away from 15,000 subscribers. What can you tell us about naval?
Yeah, raising you essentially.
Yes. Channel. What can you tell us about the naval career of the Regent of the Kingdom of Hungary, Admiral Miklos Horthy? Honestly, that's something which I'm leaving for the year of leadership, but I will try and find a decent picture of him to talk about him quickly. I thought, well, yeah. This is who we're talking about. In terms of naval career, he served in the Austro-Hungarian Navy. He did quite well. He managed to get to the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Navy in 1918. And it was basically following various mutinies. He was invited, when he returned, to become the Regent of the Kingdom. As acting head of, head of state and stuff, these sort of things, and I would say he does a pretty good job. About as they go, as a naval officer, he comes from lower nobility, is what we describe it as. He goes to the academy. He serves at the beginning of World War I. He's in charge of the Habsburg. Then he gets command of the Novara, which is a cruiser. He goes from a pre-dread, sort of older battleship type to a quite new cruiser. He leads the plans of the attacks of the battle on Trento Barrage and ends up involved in the battle Strait of Trento, which is quite a big battle in the Adriatic, which I think I've done a video about. And he is considered quite a worthy and quite a trusted leader by a lot of people. There is a reason why Charles I reaches over him, over many other more senior to him, to select him. Because he is trusted. Yeah. He did well. But his rapid promotion at the end in 1918 is quite fun, because he gets command of the Prinz Eugen in 1st of February 1918. By the 27th, he's been made a Contra-Admiral, or Rear Admiral. Or El Integonere. And but on 27th February, he's then appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Fleet. And then he's made a Vice-Admiral on the 30th of October 1918. So he is very, very quickly promoted. But he had also been wounded during the Battle of Otranto. He did good work. How big should a modern US carrier be? I'd say about 90 aircraft. That's about the max you can operate successfully, so go for about 90 aircraft. That works out well, and it's about 5 times 18 for your operational requirements.
Blackburn Maximus. What if the first London Treaty allowed subs up to 4,000 tons, 100,000 tons total tonnage, destroyers to 2,500 tons and 300,000 tons total, cruisers heavy total 200K and light 300K, divided into 553, 151 or 175, 175.
Well, then some people are having a lot of fun, but also think about how big a 4,000-ton submarine would be in standard. You know, the I-400s, they're pretty much some of the large ones, and they are roughly 5,000 tons. So we're talking about something which is almost as big as and heavy as the I-400s. That's a very, very large submarine you can build up to. I doubt anyone's going to be building up to that.
It begs the question of how big are the I-400s in this timeline?
Yeah, but also think about it in the nicest way. If you've got 100,000 tons total tonnage of submarines and they're able to 4,000 tons, and you build them all to 4,000 tons, you've only got 25 subs. That's not a lot of submarines, is it?
Not really.
No. When you consider most navies are talking about 60 to 90 submarines they want. So, yeah. It's just a case of, and it's like when you go, well, we've got 2,500 ton destroyers. That's great. But 300,000 tons total. So that's, we're able to have 120 modern destroyers. And cruisers, heavy, total 200,000. Well, they're all going to be 10,000 tons, so you'll have 20 heavy cruisers. And light cruisers, well, they're up to 10,000 tons as well, so you've got 30 of those, so you've got 50 cruisers. I know, Black Muscles, you base it off the 2,000 ton subs with 50k total in the first London. The thing is, the interesting thing is, the 2,000 ton subs are very, very rare in the first London. And again, it's whatever number you give is going to be a very rare. The submarines are probably going to turn out roughly the same. They're just going to have more of them. I know where you got the figure from. I did realise that you doubled the figures from the first London, and it's very sensible. But this is the point: is even with these figures, these improved figures, think about how little you're really trying to limit these major navies to. And then figure out why the program went wrong. Because I would say if you're starting on anything less than 200 modern destroyers allowed for a navy the size of the US or the Americans, you're in trouble. And 200 destroyers, well, that's 500,000 tons for destroyers. And if you're talking submarines, again, you need to be able to get 60 to 90 submarines. And the thing is, Charles Moore, you brought up submarines in terms of submarine tenders. Well, the thing is, the Royal Navy and the US Navy would turn around and go to you and tell you, well, in a nice way, the auxiliary submarine tenders we have, the ships, don't count towards our tonnage limitations at all. Why would we use submarine tonnage to build that asset when we can build it from auxiliary tonnage, which isn't limited? Because why would you? The reality is, for a lot of these things, the main issue the treaties present, and I can just almost, is not they necessarily restrict the types of ships which we built, because I honestly think there wouldn't be that much differential between what was built and what wasn't built, what was built and what would be built in this scenario. I mean, to be precise, it's the quantities. It's the quantities. Well, for that, you have to look at, I think, the Grampus class from memory, isn't it? It's the Grampus class? I think it's the Grampus class. Yeah. the Grampus class, and they were 1,810 tons surfaced. So roughly that's going to be not far off their standard weight, and they could carry 50 mines. So you go, well, yeah, we can build you a bigger one that can deploy 100 mines. Yeah, but then it's going to have other issues. Yes, it's bigger, but would you prefer to use your tonnage to build an individual one bigger submarine, or two more of these submarines, so you could send them to double the number of places? Because the Royal Navy has 6 of these. They lose 5 of them during the war, and only 1 retired. Porpoise was sunk by the Japanese in the Malacca Straits in January 1945 after an absolutely vicious war. Grampus was sunk by Italian torpedo boats, the Circe and Silo off Sicily in June 1940. Narwhal was sunk in July 1940 near Norway. Rokal was the one broken up in 1946. Cachalot was sunk by Italian torpedo boats in Saracena. And Seal was captured by the Germans in Kattegat. And then recommissioned, but scuttled on the 3rd of May 1945, but later raised and scrapped. So the thing is, and that was built in a time when the Royal Navy had many different yards they could go to for constructing submarines. There are 2 of those boats were constructed at Chatham's, 3 at Vickers in Barrow, and 1 at Scott's. So yeah, you might build a slightly bigger submarine with it might have slightly more batteries and slightly more fuel for long range, and it might be 60 mines rather than 50 mines and that sort of thing you do. But honestly, you're going to want to concentrate more on deploying that master numbers, because you need the numbers. How's it going, Ronan? How am I doing? Or am I being too long-winded?
We're at 45-ish.
Okay. I will try not to be quite so long-winded. But, I said, I'm
it's your
okay.
show.
I'm okay for another hour if you are.
Yeah. I'll try and knock these out. Matthew Blarins, after the Falklands conflict, why did Australia not try and order a new Invincible class?
Budget. They didn't want to spend the money. Information mimic. Just simple answer. Information mimic. Do you want to do that one?
Yeah. How did torpedo launching work on an English torpedo boat which attacked Kronstadt in 1918 or around the time? Usually torpedo boats tended to either use lightened torpedo tubes or, for lack of any better term, dump them out the back.
The 1918, I think, was done by the coastal motor torpedo boats, which dumped them off the back. From memory.
It's simple, it's reliable, and it always gets the torpedo out of the way. Sort of. Carl von Gazenberg, regarding electronic warfare. Have you seen the videos of KH-101 cruise missiles ejecting countermeasures as well as ice Iskanders and their Penne decoys?
Yes, and
I have not. I can tell you that much.
I have, and also that's not really anything new. Larger missiles have been talking about carrying decoys for a long time. Some of them have actually been fitted with it since the Cold War, at various points. It's been part of the defense discussion for a long time now. Again, it's kind of like drones with missiles. The bigger they get, the more we sort of miniaturize other things, and the more space you have, and you go, well, actually, can we add in decoys? Can we add this? There was a theorized missile a while back ago, which the idea was the missile would launch, and it would carry 3 different deployable weapons, which would drop when it was going to hit the ship. It would fire one, which would be a radiation seeker, which would hone in on the ship's radars. Another one, which would be a thermal seeker, which would try and home in on the hottest part of the hull to try and aim for the engine room. The third would be a torpedo, and the actual missile unit itself would still carry barreling. The rocket motor would barrel in to try and be a fuel bomb on the ship. And that was one of the ideas put forward in the 1970s, I think, from memory. And I think it was actually being developed, and at certain points they were actually planning on how to deal with it. But it comes back to the same thing. How do you deal with these weapon systems? Well, the best way you can deal with them is to stop them being launched. Or get even better if you can stop them getting off the ground in the first place. And if you consider, that's kind of what quite a lot of modern forces are structured around the idea of doing. Although we don't like to talk about it too much because that sounds very terribly offensive and aggressive.
Stafford Thompson, why can't hospital ships have a stout ECM suite on board if they're not allowed to have actual weaponry? Because you can use ECM offensively.
Yep.
NK33, Ryla and Cthulhu Rise. Which historical naval officer encounters him, and is it to punish Cthulhu or the officer?
If it's to punish the officer, I want it to be BT. If it's to punish Ryla and Cthulhu, then probably you want Cunningham or Lee from historical ones, as their weapon systems will be most effective at doing it. You see, the thing is, I'd like to say some of the some of the admirals from Japan and from Korea and all those things, but their periods was a bit earlier that they were really good at. Taika Hayashiro could be fun. But yeah, to punish would be punishing BT. Yeah, me and Drac would have no qualms about him being punished. We'd probably help it. We'd probably join in. The trouble is that if we joined in, then Cthulhu and Ryla might be actually upset because they might be looking at us and going, "Oh, good God, we never realized you could do that to someone. Who would do that? Why? Why?" And there's just me and Drac just casually there, twirling maces around or morning stars or those things.
I'm going to make a snarky comment based off of Steve's comment in YouTube and then address something Information Mimic was saying. That, Steve, you're assuming MacArthur is observant enough to realize the Eldritch horror in front of him. And Information Mimic, yeah, essentially they would be armed, dropped out the back, the motors would activate, and then the torpedo boat would peel off to one side or the other to create a clear running channel for the weapon as it zoomed out to the target. I think some of them had delays or had a ramp up period before the impeller or propeller got up to full RPM, so that this way they didn't get rear-ended by their own weapons. Blackburn Maximus, considering the issues around the Royal Navy getting dive bombers, what if they went into rockets with the TSR carrying them, having a Tiny Tim rocket equivalent by 1939?
Well, the Royal Navy have been very happy, but the trouble is with getting into rockets is kind of the same trouble as getting into dive bombers. There is a reason why they have a 100-pound anti-submarine bomb in the beginning of World War II. That is because also aerial weapons other than torpedoes were largely administered through the development of the Air Ministry. The torpedoes were left with the Navy because it was considered that the Royal Navy would be doing the most torpedo development anyway, and therefore the torpedoes could piggyback off them. So, there is some of your problems. Now, the Royal Navy rockets, if it's one of those interesting things, is if they got the rocket, the lovely rocket-based anti-aircraft system into service earlier, found out its problems earlier, but thought these rockets aren't half bad, they could have had rockets in service earlier. Does that change the Royal Navy's desire for a dive bomber? Probably not, because their major desire for it is to destroy enemy carriers by putting a big hole through their deck and flight deck, because they know how one bog can do damage that. But the unrotating projectile rockets sort of system, if they can get those in service earlier, and if they can get unrotating projectiles for their, the rocket systems for their aircraft, then you could see some very interesting things deployed in World War II. You could also see some very, very problematic things at things like Taranto, because I can see the Royal Navy going for a system of, okay, so the Swordfish is going to fly in, and as it's dropping the torpedo, it's also going to be firing rockets at a target. Because that's a nice way of suppressing enemy defenses they're trying to take you.
This is too good a meme to pass up. If Rossisvensky is forced to give up his soul to Cthulhu, does he ask Cthulhu to smite Kamchatka or the Japanese fleet from the waters in return for giving up his soul?
There's a third option. All those officers amongst the fleet who've been really annoying him the entire way round. Kamchatka is a problem, yes. But honestly, if you get rid of her officers, she still might be a useful vessel. But if you get rid of all the officers on the other ships who have been annoying him and replace them with decent officers, he can actually do something with them.
Ethan Yang, any thoughts on the Russian lighter-class guided missile cruiser design?
It's been promoted from a destroyer. Yeah, the lighter class has been around as an idea since... Honestly, it's been around as an idea since about 2010. It was first given approval in 2013. And they've been working on it since then. However, they keep saying, I think the last update we got was about 2022 when they said the project's not been cancelled. But the Super Gorshkov is what they chose to produce instead. The Admiral Gorshkov design is what they've chosen to produce instead. So I'd say. The thing is, they love the 19,000-ton vessel of the lighter class. What they've got is the 5,500-ton Gorshkov class frigate. I.e., they'd love the bigger vessel. What can they actually afford and actually infrastructurally support to create? Information minute. According to legend, Clipper ship Ariel went over keel over its bow due to excessive amount of sailing during the race. Serious. Have you happened to hear about ships overturning like that? There are certain myths, but think about how they could to actually do that. It's unlikely. There are some interesting scenarios, but the speed ships are going, think about it, if they hit a rock, do they have enough force and speed they're going to do that? Probably not. Are they going to go up? No. But you might get a crumple at the front, and so it might look like it's coming up, and then it sink away. But you're not going to get much. For a ship to do that, you're talking a massive amount of force.
HMS Ford, considering the freeboard of HMS Devastation, could she be considered a monitor?
Not due to the strictest definition of the phrase, but she's not far off. It's literally, she is just outside being a monitor because of the way she's designed and what she's supposed to operate in terms of battleship. But yeah. No, the clipper bow is actually cuts through the waves. It's designed to actually float over the waves rather than cut into them. So it's not supposed to. The clipper bow is supposed to almost raise the hull up so it floats. You have especially at higher speeds, so you have the lowest amount of contact with the water as you possibly can to reduce friction. Because let's be honest, which causes more friction on your movement, air or water? It's going to be water. It's going to cause more than air. So the clipper bow is supposed to help the hull raise up in the water and go as far the highest speeds as they can. They're trying to almost raise themselves up in the water, so they're kind of almost at a shallower draft when they're at full speed.
Colin Cameron, I know why British subs raise a broom, but and American subs do it as well. But what was the flying of the first skull and crossbones a Mickey take of a specific person? I know multiple people accuse submariners of being pirates.
They
I
are.
think they technically were pirates.
That's why they actually fly it. It's the accusing of basically it's because it's if they've they raise a broom if they've had a clean sweep, if they've hit targets with every single torpedo they've launched, or every strike has hit a target, has hit something. They fly the Jolly Roger because that's a successful wartime patrol. And basically they picked it up because they were being classified as pirates, so they thought if you're going to be called pirates by even our own side and the enemy, we're going to start embracing some of the pirate ideas. So they started it started off with one submarine. I can't remember which one it was. There's a great picture of HMS Utmost with their Jolly Roger. But yeah, there's a whole debate as to which was the first submarine to do it. But we presume most of the people come back to HMS E9, which was under the command of Lieutenant Commander Max Horton. Now, I find that highly suspicious, knowing what I do about Max Horton, and also because it's introduced. Apparently, he did it in 1914, in remembrance of what Sir Arthur Wilson had said in 1901. That's kind of contrived for me. That's very, very contrived. I would say it was something which was being considered by the Royal Navy submariners prior to the war, prior to World War I, and I think a few of them on exercises might have done something similar. But I think E9 is the first one to return from sinking, and a German cruiser, the Hella from memory, and yeah, as a result they've gone down as the first, but I don't think so. I think it was something which possibly, if it does owe itself to Wilson's statement in 1901, then the submarines have been doing it for. Submarines would have started about then, and it's just first noticed by the outside world, and it's trapped to Horton, and Horton will never say no, he didn't do something. If it gives him credit and makes him look better and gives him more of a place in history, he will never say he didn't do it. He will never correct the record. He won't go out and actively ascribe stuff to himself. He doesn't. I give him that. He doesn't actively go and take ownership of things he didn't do. But if he's subscribed by everyone to have done this, he will accept it, even if it's not quite the case. Does that make sense, or was I wandering in that comment? That one?
Yeah, mostly tracks. I got up to get a snack, so I can't say but so much.
Okay, that's a fleet of oceans. So we'll pass that on to him, Steve. Channel. How many Japanese politicians and officers had resigned themselves to war with the US in late 1941, and how many were strongly agitating against it? A large number were strongly agitating. Let's put it this way. A large number are strongly agitating against it. A large number are sitting there scared and not getting involved in the arguments between the two groups. And the dominant group have managed to resign themselves to it. But that's the problem with the whole War of America. It was very much resign themselves to their fate rather than actively seeking their fate. Blackman Maximus. Instead of pausing the Admiral class in March 1970, it was decided to convert all four of them to carriers to raid Wilhelmshaven. Could they finish them and raid before the end of World War I? Yes. The difficulty is going to be getting the Sopwith Cuckoo into service, and yeah, I've had interesting comments going back and forth with a couple of people about these. you have to remember to stop with Cuckoo. There are issues in terms of its development. It gets very stilted development at various points due to transitions of command and control. If it was something which was a priority for a raid, and they were going to launch a mass raid, and it was therefore decided in 1917 to push for the raid, then it's going to be a different scenario, and they're probably going to be pushed through. Something's going to be pushed into service. Now, the question is, how many could an Admiral class take? And the answer is, I'm guessing they would try and load them up to the Gillis with as many as they could. So they could probably be they could maybe be carrying, well, with cuckoos and things like camels aboard. They could probably be carrying an air group of about 100 to 120 aircraft, which they probably tried to at first. Launch as big a strike as they could at Wilhelmshaven and see what happened. They'd soon find out there's problems with operating those carriers with that many aircraft. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see. They'd also be interesting because they'd be built along Eagle lines, so they'd have very, very high hangars, which has an effect on Royal Navy carrier design, because they get used to a 20-foot high hangar, basically. Buckeye 229. Did the Royal Navy have any plans for Queen Elizabeth and or the Orange class to have 9 15-inch guns and 8 15-inch guns? No. No. None that I've seen, anyway.
RG, what if during Bismarck's voyage a mutiny occurs on both Prince Eugen and Bismarck? So when Hood and Prince of Wales arrive, both ships surrender. How do the British react, and how does this affect the war? Well, the British have a enormous propaganda coup.
Yep.
Otherwise, I can't say anything beyond that. It probably becomes strategic bombing target numero uno and numero dos for the entirety of the Blitz.
That's going to be a problem for the Germans, because getting that much force up the Scarpa flow is going to be interesting for them. They don't really have heavy bombers, so they're going to have. I think they are going to be big targets, though. They are going to be focusing on them.
I feel like Hitler's ego is going to insist upon it.
Yes. Probably you're talking a lot of the Kriegsmarine gets killed in a purge. So yeah, it will be intriguing to see what would happen. That would cause issues, but for the Royal Navy it'd be great. And I have no doubt. Ooh, that could be one of the interesting things. The ship surrendered and they've not taken prize crews aboard, so you might not get prize money for that one. But I was thinking, when the Soviets are asking for ships, it depends if the Germans had then turned around and become the Free German Navy, because then they've brought their ships along, and now you have the Free German Navy fighting alongside the Royal Navy. It's going to be very important to have them on certain missions. Torch, they're going to be a big part of, and when that happens, they're going to be a big part of D-Day. Yeah. They're also going to be absolute target focuses for the Germans, and the British are going to have the joy of trying to fix some of their issues. And when I say fix some of their issues, I mean fix some of their issues. It would be an absolute requirement to fix some of their issues. Especially in terms of their armament. How would World Wars change if Canada had gotten her Queen Elizabeth class? If Canada had gotten their Queen Elizabeths and they'd come into service, then the main problem you have is going to be persuade them to get rid of them, and also it's going to present a problem for the Washington Naval Treaty. It's going to present a very big problem for the Washington Naval Treaty, because Queen Elizabeths are good ships, which might cause the Americans to do all sorts of things. So it's probably going to delay any naval treaty signing. It's also going to change the structure of forces, and also if Canada gets theirs in terms of those assets, then you will have de facto 8 Queen Elizabeths and 8 R's potentially in service, because also it's going to change the procurement of the R class a bit. It'll be really interesting, and also might keep a. Hang on, there also might be mean another couple of yards actually stay open in are fully functioning or fully running. Let me put it this way: in World War One, if you have 3 more Queen Elizabeths when they come into service, roughly speaking, you're probably going to have some of those. You might have some of those one of those in service by Jutland. Maybe 2, in which case you just have extra 15-inch guns at the Battle of Jutland for the British. That's just going to add to the preponderance of fire. If you have them still around by World War II, that's going to raise the problems for the Axis forces. But it's also going to change the treaties dramatically.
Javier Bieno Matilla. I hope I pronounced that right. Thoughts on the Vanguard?
It's a fully armored battlecruiser, and there's a reason for calling it that. As I discussed before, it is not a fast battleship. It is just the other side of the dividing line between the battlecruiser, one word, and the fast battleship. And it's the Royal Navy were building to an extent a battlecruiser design, and then decided, hang on, we actually need to up the armor on this. So they upped the armor coverage, which is why they called it a fully armored battlecruiser, because it's a battlecruiser with full armor. So it is, but it's not got the subdivision that's normally put into a fast battleship. So that's why it isn't a fast battleship. And the Royal Navy do actually have fast battleships they're building at the time. They're building King George V, they're building the Lions. Those are fast battleships. So the Royal Navy does know they're being a bit pedantic, in a nicest way. This is why I don't really tend to react to people when they call it a fast battleship, because I sit there and go, well, yeah, to an extent the Royal Navy's being a little bit pedantic on this matter. But the Royal Navy is like that because they have different doctrines for how they use such ships. Now, Vanguard is a good asset. Would I prefer the Lion be built? Probably. But Vanguard does. Vanguard is designed to make use of the resources the Royal Navy has, the infrastructure it has, the existing legacies and logistics it has, and make the best use of it possibly can. And that's a useful asset. And it's useful in the Cold War when it's around.
I just want to point out, Dan Friedman thinks that it is a good idea to give Bismarck and Prince Eugen to MacArthur. To which Mark Harkness replies, "What did Prince Eugen ever do to you?"
Okay. Dan, I know you're doing it for the memes and the wind-up. I know.
Matthew
But
Blair.
it could be fun.
Why have Navy shifted from a high-low end mix to one end of the spectrum or the other? Money and politics.
Pretty much, yes.
No, money and politics, not money in politics.
Yes. Honestly, they shifted from the high-low mix because if you consider during the Cold War, especially when you were dealing with nuclear assets and nuclear threats, etc., you could justify some of the low end, but with your limited construction budgets, you built the high end because they would take the longest to build, and you hoped you get the money to build the low end when you needed them. Okay? And then basically the navies have mostly continued that policy post-Cold War because they're not going to get enough money to build both the high and the low end. And the low end usually takes less time to build. So they concentrate on churning out the high-end core of their fleets and hoping they get the time and the budget to build the low end when they need to. That's literally it. It's that scenario. It's the case of when. Look, this is an entirely hypothetical point I'm going to make, but this was a discussion which was actually hypothetical discussion which actually took place between a representative of the Navy and a representative of a budgetary office of the government. And they put forward. This is how much this is going to cost. We need these assets. This is what we're going to procure. And the actual question was, why are you fitting it with this at this point? This is from someone who, on behalf of the budgetary office, is what they call an efficiency spending specialist. Let's use that. So I'm not revealing which country this is from. And they literally looked and went, well, we haven't had a war like that since then. Why do we therefore need this many VLS tubes? Because we haven't had a war, so you're just spending money on missiles and tubes we don't need. Because we might, if we do have a war, we're going to need more. Well, how about we fit it for, but not with? Please note, this wasn't a British office. I know that's the favourite phrase in the British system. This is a standard thing of fitted for, not with. It's usually what the Navy has to suggest on most things to get the equipment in, so they can have the potential of the equipment later. But this was not a British one, and they went, well, what about fitting it for, but not with? So fitting it for the extra VLS, but not with them. So the idea is that if you see a major war coming, what you do is you bring your ships back to harbour, you take them out of service, you send them into a yard. You then install more, procure more VLS tubes from the factory where they're built, cut open the deck, install them, wire them up to the systems, set them up, and also order and to get the missiles delivered for those, and then go out and then hope the war starts after that. There have been a lot of very stupid, very silly decisions made since 1993, 1994, really. And it's only got worse from 1997 onwards. Because of the perception that the Cold War had been won, rather than it had simply been you had simply lasted through it. And the perception that from this point onwards, the NATO and the West were untouchable. And they would choose whenever they got into a war. It's called the War of Choice Doctrine, and it's my rant number 3. That's also a Foo one. I think that's a repeat of the Foo one.
Steve Clarke, Fisher's Follies are redesigned earlier in the building process to be aircraft carriers. What do you think their capabilities could be under those circumstances? March 25.
If they're redesigned earlier in process, let's say when they've got to engines and boilers and hull level, but haven't really got any weapons or things fitted, you can probably redesign them to about 72 aircraft capacity carriers. Rat, you're close with Dutch, but not quite. No cigar, so don't worry. After Battle of Trafalgar, the commander fleet falls to you. How do you save more of the Royal Navy ships and surprises from the storm? Prizes from home? If too big for ships, we'll put as a patron suggestion. Honestly, you can't do much more than Collingwood did. Collingwood rallied command as best he could. He got everyone to organise. He got them battered down. But the trouble is, they've just been for a battle. Those ships are already battered. Their rigging's already smashed. That's been part of the target thing. They are trying to repair the ships as quickly as they can, repair the prizes as quickly as they can. There's not much you can do. Maybe have a bit more luck and trying to get further out to sea, but that's a judgment call. And as good a historian as I hope and aspire to be, I am not even a third or a fifth of the sailor that Collingwood was. And Collingwood knew the sea well. I don't think you could probably do better actions than he did in trying. You can probably do better than he achieved. Unless you have a lot of luck on your side. 1910 to 1945 era. Which navy would you rather serve in, Russia or Brazil? Next question.
Well,
they're both interesting. Bug Guy 229. Was there any good plans to preserve the Goeben, whether in Turkey or in West Germany? Good plans? No. There were some plans, but none good and none lasted long because the Germans weren't really interested in it and Turks really didn't want to. No. Just no. Did the Soviet Navy invent distributed lethality? No.
Bud Guy 8829. How does history change if Canada had actually gotten Tiger-class battle cruisers instead of wanting and not getting QEs?
Well, the battlecruiser fleet is now a lot more powerful, so that's good.
You probably get a better battle cruiser class at Washington.
And honestly, potentially, you do get a battlecruiser class classification, because the idea might be, because both Australia and Canada have battlecruisers, it might be that powers are allowed some powers allow battleships and some powers are allowed battlecruisers. And it might be they actually use it as a way to get the Dutch and other navies involved into the Washington Agreement, because there were considerations again. So they might actually use that, but then how much, what's their allocation going to be? And the Americans are going to be worried about it and going to try and be upset and worried if the British having an unfair advantage in that situation. They're probably going to try and claim that Alaska and Puerto Rico qualify as colonies and should have their own battlecruisers or something like that.
RG, reviving the 9-inch auto-loading Brooklyn, Des Moines, 1948 model mixed cruisers from the Historiophon in a night battle off of Guadalcanal. How badly would a Yamato be mauled, assuming the crews are competent, and how would it feel to be aboard the Yamato? Question, given that there are 5 of them.
How bad would it be mauled? Yamato actually has radar later on, so it's if they get close and they're firing from close enough range, they're basically deluging. Then Yamato probably ends up getting sunk, but that's because of sheer weight of fire and the fact that they are getting pounded in at close range by a lot of 9.2 inch gun cruisers.
And what is probably first and like 1.5 or second generation fire control radar?
Yeah. It's not good.
Whereas the Yamato in that time frame has what? First generation at best?
Yeah, at best. Hello. You come for a poodle?
Colin Cameron,
Huh?
with her basically being in deep reef
No.
and stripped of her outflanking,
Just open
has
it up.
anything been learned about HMS Victory's construction or service history from the repairs?
Demanded. Oh,
Yeah, Dr. Clarke's going to have to answer that one. I'm going to get rid of my Iron Brew cans.
right.
You try and get rid of your Iron Brew cans. I'll answer the question. And my sister is trying to dance with the poodle, who's saying goodbye.
Yes. Come on, bedtime.
No. Hold on. Hi, dragon. What's a calyx anyway? That's a calyx.
A
That's
calyx
a calyx.
is love. A calyx is life. A calyx is the reason for living.
The calyx title might return. It was a good few weeks of calyxes. So, with her basically being a deep refit and stripped of her outer planking, has anything been learned about HMS Victory's construction and service history from Repairs Act? Quite a bit. There's a fair number of history articles coming through. Really, the best person to talk with this sort of thing is Kate Jameson, who I'm going to try and get on the 2 historians at some point. Because, yeah.
Okay. Based on some of the conversations I've had, are you trying to get her injured again, or have her have a family incident she needs to attend to?
No. We're hoping. Look, the thing is, I'm not in. She's always got an open invitation to bilge pumps. Always got an open invitation to bilge pumps. We're hoping the curse doesn't strike things not named bilge pumps. Okay. don't bring up the curse. Basically, we're hoping if we ignore the curse will ignore us.
Bone Meal Boy, how bad were conditions in the lower double-stack casements in British armored cruisers in bad weather? Was there a threat of drowning? And how deep did the water get in them?
Well, you can technically drown in about 3 inches of water. As long as your face is under
I can do it in 2.
Yes. I would say in terms of how bad, you don't want to be in them, okay? It's not a pleasant scenario to be in. So just, there's not really a threat of drowning, other than the normal threat of there's a puddle around, but there is a definite threat on definitely not a pleasant place to be. And tell me, what's the uneducated was the curse? Poor Kate, every time she was invited on bilge pumps, something went wrong in her life quite drastically. And the same thing seemed to happen with all the other female guests when we invited them. It got really bad. We kept inviting, because we were trying to invite everyone. Whereas you was to invite everyone, because we wanted anyone to come on and just enjoy chatting with them. After a while, we started noticing there was a bit of a pattern with the female guests, that they would have something really bad go wrong with their lives every time they were scheduled to come. I think the classic one was when there was a pair of historians were invited on, and they literally, their days just went absolutely to complete bonkers, and both thought the other one would turn up and cover for them not being there, and neither one showed up. And it was a case of, oh, don't worry. But it's a case of, yeah, it happened so often. It started a point. It turned from a confusion into a, I don't know why this is happening, into a bit of a running joke, into a, oh my god, this has got past the point of even being funny now. What's going on here? Why does this happen every single time we invite anyone who's not a bloke onto this show? Their life absolutely goes to the absurd. It was really sort of, we're going, what the frigot's happened? Why is this happening? Because it started to become statistically a problem. Okay, if it happened to just one person, but one person, including Kate, happened to it 3 times, and the others they had, just, yeah, like it was just not good. How much of an impact if Germany built in conventional ICBMs and was able to hit deep into Russia and North America World War II? If they're conventional, non-nuclear, and they're managing to hit the targets, to what extent is there, what accuracy they have? But also the big thing, if you find Germany hitting American soil with conventional missiles, the whole thing of D-Day taking till till when it was launched in June, in World War II, it's not going to. The amount of supplies which are going to flow to Europe for that, because let's look at how America took to the bombing of Pearl Harbor. Imagine what America would react to the bombing of New York or Washington, D.C., especially if by sod's law something hit actually the Lincoln Memorial or something like that. Yeah, it's just no. Take care, Dan. In the nicest way, Charles, that there is that old myth about that, but when you look at the actual ships, there's tons of women aboard them. At the Battle of Trafalgar, there's actually babies being born on Royal Navy ships. One of the people who got awarded a medal for the Battle of Trafalgar, when they were finally cast, was literally born during the battle. So there's the reality of the history, and that there were always quite a lot of women that were going to sea. I think it's probably more of a difficulty in the smaller crews and the smaller ships. But the bigger ships, yeah, women were in them. As I've talked of before, often the captains, the female relatives of the captain and the admirals, are basically their communication staff. They're the one. You know, again, do you think Nelson writes out by hand a letter for every single one of his captains? That's going to take him forever. No, he writes out a letter and it gets copied out. Does it get copied out by his writer? Again, he has one writer aboard the ship. One writer to assist him in his work. That's not enough to generate 30 copies of papers in the time you need. However, there are several ladies aboard the ship who can all write. Who are wives of senior officers and daughters and, that sort of thing. Who can all write. And they will write. That sounds like a very specific lady you have in mind, Charles Moore. What grade would you give every capital ship conversion into a carrier that's taken place during and after the Washington Naval Treaty? Grade? Oh, I don't think any of them get above a B from me, but I'm quite a tough grader. But Byrne probably gets an F.
Yeah, Byrne gets an F. The Lexingtons did all right.
They get a B. Akagi and Amagi get probably a B and a C. And Eagle gets a C. Furious probably a C. Courageous and Glorious, I'd say, get a C+. That's about it.
Seneca Nero. Why are French ships so ugly? Hoche, Dupuy de Lome, Byrne. Okay, Byrne, for all of its faults, is not particularly hideous.
No, it's not particularly hideous.
It's just operationally hideous.
Yeah. Boeing boy, how will a surface raider target an unescorted convoy in World War II? When do you use secondary torpedoes? What range? One turret per merchant ship, and what ships would be priorities? It'd basically work its way down the
Dr.
convoy.
Clarke. Just need to get Steve's word in edgewise here. Steve over on YouTube is saying Hoche needs a series of limpet mines and an anchorage above the Marianas Trench.
That's cruel to fleet, but understood. But I'd say with the surface raider, literally you work your way down the convoy. But the convoy's going to scatter, so you're probably going to need to spread everything around. Usually what merchant surface raiders did was they went after unescorted. They went after individual ships in shipping lanes which were unconvoyed, because convoys tend to have something with them. And there also tends to be lots of ships with lots of radios, and they're going to scatter, and they're going to keep broadcasting they're being chased by a surface raider. And the thing a surface raider doesn't want to happen is for warships to turn up en masse, because as the Admiral Graf Spee would tell you, when you've run into a pack of Royal Navy light cruisers, they are rabid dogs. And you are a tasty fresh bone.
And if you run into a pack of Royal Navy tribals or Royal Navy adjacent tribals, they are the Tasmanian Devil from Looney Tunes.
Yes.
They do not care that you outmass them by 2 times. They are still going to chew you to bits.
They think that makes you a tastier target. Bomeo Boy, what are your opinions of USN's high-pressure steam? Was it a mistake hidden by logistics or a benefit? It was a sensible route to go. It allowed them to get the most efficiency out of their ships for what they wanted to do. But also the thing is, they were able to hold off standardization of boilers for a little bit longer than the Royal Navy. The Royal Navy had to make a decision about 2 years earlier than the USN, which is why they picked the level they do. Whereas the USN are able to hold off for that much longer before they start building their war build engine suite. And that 2 years out. I'm not talking about 1939 to 1941. It's not that. We're talking about decisions made back in the early 1930s. One has to take the decision in 1933, the other one in 1935.
And also, too, I would point out that the USN has to cross the Pacific at a high rate of speed, or a high cruising speed, and it has to do so on limited tonnage. So for them, going to the higher pressure boilers means that they can have at least a more space efficient engineering plant.
Yeah.
Which means they can pack in more fuel, armor, weapons, possibly use less crew.
And also the other advantage the USN has,
And they
which the Royal
don't-
Navy doesn't have, is that, of course, their own coastline is on that Pacific. So they can go home to get them repaired if there are problems with those boilers. Whereas for the Royal Navy, it's a case of, yeah, we'd still find that useful, but we've also got to operate this on the other side of the world from the UK, and there's that whole reliability, ease of repair thing coming in. What would it take? Why would it take 3 generations to get a Stovall AEW design? So, run. Okay, so if we're talking about airborne early warning and you're wanting to start off with, if you consider the V-22 Osprey as really the first practical generation in service, what is it? It's a troop carrier, and it's got some capabilities other than that, but basically it's a transport aircraft, a helicopter, and transport aircraft. It is the most, in many ways, it's a flying box. It's a flying bus, okay? Next generation, right then, what do I want for airborne early warning? I need a mature design that I can reliably predict the operation characteristics of at high altitude and other things in order to support the radar. Does that yet fit that criteria? Probably not, but I'll develop it through this generation. I'll go for a box, which is a transport, and I'll possibly go for something else. Now, what am I likely to go for? Maybe a gunship? But I might also try ASW, anti-submarine warfare. That might be a useful thing to put in to consider for, and go down that route. And then once I've got that developed and I'm used to that, and I've factored that experience in, I can then use that experience to formulate the design. Because, how do I put this? Okay, so let's say you have a new aircraft, and it's got these new capabilities you've never used before. How are those capabilities going to work in reality? You have simulations, you have theories, you have lots of people, probably like me, discussing them, talking, you can do this. And that's a great thing, but you won't know anything for real until you actually test it and run it. And then when you test it and run it, you're going to find all sorts of problems you didn't predict. One of the problems you've had with the VF-22 is that there are issues with its transition phase, with its pitching, its radar, its propellers, and these systems, which are all things you want to learn on the cheapest version of the aircraft possible. You don't want to go to all the expense of sticking an AAW unit and have that drop out of the sky. A troop transport is bad enough, but airborne early warning asset, that you're going to have far fewer of them, and they're going to be really deployed in very high important places. And the thing is also, for the British and for other nations who might be interested in that form of airborne early warning, they're not operating those aircraft. The US are. So they are getting their information to an extent secondhand by watching the Americans. So they're going to be even more reluctant to invest because they're not sure of the information versus they are sure of the information in terms of when presenting to the Treasury or the government or the government or newspapers of the country. This is what this system is going to cost. It's going to be expensive, but it's going to work, and we can guarantee it's going to work. So you learn about the system for operating it, and then you come back with some revised and refined criterion for the next generation. You produce that, you test that aircraft, you work it through and go, oh yeah, that works. All right, that's good. And you get more experience, and that's now more reliable aircraft, and then it's the third generation, which you can. And again, if you look at helicopters, they go for exactly the same thing. You know, look at the generations of helicopters and look at what the time is they turn up with the airborne early warning. It's the third generation. Look at aircraft. When we're talking about their evolutionary development, we realistically are talking, in terms of distinctive generations, we are talking about a third generation. Because again, you're not just putting in a radar. You're putting in a lot of money. You're putting it to set it up as a command and control system. You're putting in a lot of design effort to turn it into that, and you're building an entire force around it, because when you're building airborne early warning, that is the linchpin of your air defense network, your entire defense paradigm for your task group, and sometimes your offensive paradigm for your task group as well. That is something which is important enough you don't take risk with. You do it the most proven and tested way you possibly can. Because if that fails for any reason, you're in trouble. Okay? Did that make sense? Runon, did I put you to sleep?
Nope.
Good check. Just checking.
I'm just squirrel braining slightly, and I found a good meme. So
Raphael N instead of F18. Andrew Cox. The thing is about the thing is, if the UK are doing a European replacement, it probably would be a Jaguar, a Jaguar replacement, not a Jaguar for the Buccaneer, which would be an Anglo-French project. And that probably replaced the Buccaneer in service. So the thing is, they would go for the fighter like they did it historically with the Phantom. They'd probably go for the American project, and they'd probably try and get involved, and it'd be a British variation of the Hornet with who knows what goodies installed, kind of like the Phantom. Rumsfeld.
As much as I hate that this is the person who's asking it, I can answer this question. The so-called God Emperor Donald Rumsfeld, for USN ships with electric drives, be they diesel or turbine, would they have excess power at low speeds? And if so, what would be done with the excess power? No, they won't. All they'll do is they'll just turn the throttles down on the generating sets. We see this in the civilian, commercial, industrial market.
Mm-hmm.
Most generators like to run at about 1800 RPMs. And what they'll do is they'll just apply as much diesel or JP7 or natural gas or whatever to the combustion chamber to maintain that 1800 RPMs. And I don't know if it's the same over in the EU because they're a 50 hertz system, but all they do is they just turn the throttles down. It's really simple and really easy, and that's part of the reason why electric drive is great, because you don't have to worry about spool up and spin down times, especially if you have a capacitance bank somewhere in the system. Did I catch it?
Yeah. Want to read this one out?
Blackburn Maximus. Earlier, Tiger Cup scenario, 2 classes of 9.2-inch gun cruisers based on and built at the same time as the Lion class and Princess Royal. How could this affect things, especially Admiral Trowbridge?
Well, it means Trowbridge probably has some very fast, large assets with him. And he probably does have those, and they can probably... they might... if they have been built to 28 knots, which I think the Lion class are 27.5 knots, if I remember correctly. I think they are built. They're 27.5 knots. So 28 knots, 27.5 knot. If they are there and he has them, then they can keep up with Goban and they can cause a lot of damage to Goban. That's the thing. If you've got a pack of 4 9.2-inch gun cruisers, which can, in the nicest way, when we consider Goban speed, she was capable of, at best, 25.5 knots. If they have a 2.5 knot advantage over her, they can track it down. But also, if you have those extra cruisers around, they're going to be deployed around where they can be useful. And they're going to be force multiplication assets. So as I said, it's going to have a cumulative effect. Also, if you've got into the standard canon of launch ordering with the Lion class, with Princess Royal, and then with Tiger, you order a batch of 4 of these. You could have 12 in service by World War Two, World War One, I mean, and could have more coming along afterwards. And yeah, they are just going to be force multiplication assets. They are going to be things which are going to be extra vessels in certain key areas, and they're going to be fast and nasty. And yes, Goban can probably beat any one of them. But the thing is, taking on a pack of 4 of them is probably not possible. Then winning. And the other thing is, beating 4 of them in enough time that you can get away before the rest of the forces can descend. And that's the other advantage they give, is because of their firepower and speed. If they slow the Goban down, if they damage it, then the other cruisers can join in. And that's the real thing. Those ships can act as rally points for other cruisers to join in the fight. What's the next one? Oh, nice series one.
Knight 6831, number 6 in the queue. And Chris Gibson's Air Staff and the AEW, the E2C Hawkeye.
Oh, now I know what he's been reading.
Required and better crewing and crew comfort levels, which led it to be better than the Shackleton. That's a very chopped up sentence, I have to say, Knight. I'm sorry, the grammar need help.
Okay, right then, you've got Chris's book. I have read Chris's book as well. Chris's book is, it's a good book. It's worth a read. I'm not sure I agree with all its analysis, especially towards things, and it does sometimes conflate what the Royal Air Force's ideas are and might be with what they were. How do I put it? It's... For £17, it's a nice book to have, and it's got a lot of interesting information in there. But let me put it this way. I think I don't always agree with his emphasis. That's the best way to put it, because this is the thing with a historian. It's not just it's usually the arguments between historians about things is an argument over emphasis, because we agree to facts, because facts usually come from primary sources and primary materials, but it's the emphasis of whether we give that of how much we really think that fact matters versus another fact in terms of let's say, the figures given, we definitely agree, but in the right lines of writing, if someone writes, well, this could be a good option, do we think they are saying that as a serious, this could be a good option? Or do we interpret it as that, well, hang on, if we consider what that person said as this could be a good option before, they're usually referring to options which turn out to be, which are completely unresearched, and they're just extra options they're adding in to make it look like they've done more work. And so, therefore, with me, if I read that, I might be very skeptical over what the person said. But no, it's worth a read. But yeah, I think in that, if I remember correctly, the study he's referring to when he's talking about that is that you're talking about something for the Royal Air Force for the land base. It's got nothing to do with a fleet air arm at that point, nothing to do with the Navy, and it's part of the justifications for the E3 Sentry. In which case, this Hawkeye was just looked at as, this is another option. We're not getting this. But we have to say why we're not getting it. Because we might be asked by a politician or the Treasury, hang on, this aircraft is apparently cheaper than an E3. Why are we not getting this? Because the two are not the same. If you're launching from a carrier with the constraints of a carrier, you want the Hawkeye because the Sentry won't launch it. If you're launching from there are multiple documents, Knight, which are involved. If you're launching from a land base and you're commanding an air battle over Europe, well, guess what? You probably want the Sentry because you can have a lot more people in it. So, if you're comparing for roles, realistically, the Hawkeye should never have been considered there, because the Sentry's standard crew fit in terms of personnel is 4 aircraft commander, pilot, navigator, flight engineer, and a mission crew of up to 19. So they can have 23 people aboard, basically crewing computers, because basically the Sentry is a large flying collection of computers. It really is. It's a large flying collection of computers. It's a good book to get, and happy birthday, Knight. Happy birthday. Does explain where the questions be coming from. But the thing is, with the Sentry, it's it's a completely different system to the Hawkeye. When I read through that paper, my taking on the Hawkeyes being involved was literally they were just in there as a tick box exercise to say we looked at them. Not that anyone was seriously considering them, because you're comparing a thing which takes a pilot, a co-pilot, and 2 operators, compared to something which has a flight crew of 4 and a mission crew of up to 19. Which do you want? If you can have commanding and coordinating and integrating into the battle space running over Europe as the Royal Air Force, which are you going to go for? It's going to be the Sentry. That's the one you're going to be eyeing for, because the Hawkeye is not going to do that. The Hawkeye is about running a carrier battle groups for operations of battle and supporting that. A Sentry's is about commanding the battle space from multiple different sort of airfields and coordinating a battle space over Germany in the Cold War. There's a difference in what you're dealing with. A Hawkeye is probably coordinated. It could be at maximum coordinating between 4 carriers, but even then, that could be spread over 2 Hawkeyes to be running. A Sentry, in the worst case scenario, could be the last one left standing over Europe. If the Soviet deep strike plans to try and disable such units had been successful. How many more questions do we have to go?
5. Information mimic. There are books about shipbuilding at shipyards. Are there books about ship breakers? If so, are there any traditions when breaking up the ship, last honors, or some specific part to keep?
Depends on the individual yard and depends on their policy. Some do. But books about them... I actually have some somewhere. I'm just trying to think where they are.
I do remember seeing that especially if you have a ship that is at the breakers at the same time that its replacement in name is on the stocks or has yet to be conditioned or commissioned, they will often take a piece of steel from the prior ship and incorporate it into the new ship.
Yeah. Ship's bells often come
usually in a
well.
ceremonial.
Ship's bells often come to it as well. There is a book by Roland Burke, which is Breaking Ships, How Supertankers and Cargoes Are Dismantled on the Shores of Bangladesh, which is a pretty good book to read. But there is an overall book about ships breakers, but no, mostly the fun thing I find is when I search for it, I get a link to a episode of the Drakenfels The Dry Dock, episode 230 from a year ago, which has a section about breaking up ships. But yeah, that's the fun thing. When I search for it, that's the most highest profile thing I'm getting is a Drak video. I'm trying to remember. I've got books about. I'm sure I've got a book about breaking ships, but I can't remember which section it's in. But yeah, breaking ships. There is a good book which I said Roland Burke's book is a good one to follow. Matthew Blends, what do you make of the idea that the internal combustion catapults would allow smaller carriers to be viable as steam would not be diverted from turbines, therefore reducing speed? Okay, the size of carriers is driven by the size of the aircraft that you want to take off, size of aircraft and the number of aircraft you want to operate. That's what's the biggest driver of the size of the carrier, not catapults. Also, the first catapults were hydraulic. They didn't need internal combustion or steam either. I'm not sure why you've got internal combustion. You're thinking internal combustion is going to have a much of an impact. Yeah, that's not going to affect the size of the carrier realistically. The size of the smaller carriers are viable depending on what missions you want them to do. If you want them to do a very limited mission, you probably want up to 36 aircraft on board, 2 sets of 18. As I've said before, it's 18 aircraft is how you can keep a constant strike going, and it's multiples of 18. So the more you want to do, the more multiples of 18 you want aboard. And if you want to have occasional capabilities like electronic warfare or airborne early warning, where you don't need 18 to fulfill that mission. So that's the thing. If you need to maintain 4 aircraft for a role in the air, let's say, then you need 18 aircraft overall, constantly. If you have a airborne early warning, combat air patrol. Let's go for that. You want 4 in the air on combat air patrol, providing with cap. You want 4 on alert on the deck. You want 4 on probably plus 15, plus 20, sitting in the hangar. And 4 more will be okay in refit sort of scenario, going through maintenance, and there'll be 2 spare aircraft out of that. That they are there to take advantage if there's been losses or if there's things that you have those. So that's where it comes in. That's the system we're talking about. And then when you have your cap aircraft engage their target, they launch their missiles at the enemy. They then, might dogfight or anything, but then they have to come back to rearm. The moment you send the cap off to engage an enemy, you launch the alert fighters. You move to 15s up to deck, and you start moving the other 4 to plus 15. As they're flying back, when they land, if they land, that's great. They're taken down and they're put through the refit. If there's one of them is damaged, then that aircraft is sorted out of the system, and one of the spare aircraft comes into that set of 4. And that's how we run it. That's how we make it work. Okay. So this is the scenario you're dealing with when you're sort of working out. And this is why we talk about multiples of 18. All right. With Liberty ships being the product of a British design, would the US have designed a mass-produced ship if the UK wasn't in World War II, but the US was still supporting France and Russia? Okay. There is a British requirement which is often folded into the Liberty ship program, and there is a couple of British programs also going, which are added into the Liberty ship as inspiration. But I would say the Liberty ship program is very much an American system, an American idea, based on what the British were already doing to an extent. Because the British selected a standard design, which that had already been built, simplified it as much as they could, and were churning it out in Canadian yards mainly. The Americans basically did the same thing. They selected a standard design, which they could make as reliable and simple as they could to produce, and then they churned them out. So it's an idea, but it's not a British design. Lag? I'm not sure why there's a lag going on.
I didn't notice it, but I'm also dealing with split attention. There are no complaints on the Twitch side of the house. So
okay, so it's YouTube.
I think it's
YouTube being a bit weird.
Yeah, unfortunately, I seem to have borked my audio tonight, but if you're having a desync issue, reload the page and see if it maintains.
Okay.
If it persists. YouTube has been being difficult lately.
YouTube's trying to claim it's not receiving enough video at the moment, and I know it is because Restream is telling me exactly how much video it's sending in it, and Restream actually adds stuff in. So yeah, that's fun.
Does it add in subliminal messages to vote Saxon?
No. Might add some little messages to vote Doobie, knowing my mum at the moment and the three-line whip she's done around the entire family to vote Doobie 3D for best tech VTuber and various other people she has decided that will be voted for. But we'll leave that to one side. Look, I got an email the other day telling me I'd voted for these people, and I went, I don't remember voting for them. Yes, you did. Okay, Mum. Changing
All right.
passwords again. Changing all my passwords again. Changing every single password again. Every single one.
You think yes, because that will definitely stop your mother. She probably makes 3 phone calls and she's back in.
Knowing her, she probably hacks away.
Yeah, my YouTube feed and my Twitch feed appear to be fine. But last question of the night, RG. On the way out of the Baltic, Rotisvensky wakes up and finds battleships are now Gangut class, but the crews are just as competent as originally. How does this affect the voyage? How does the world react? And how does Tsushima go?
The world gets very, very scared because those are the most powerful battleships in the world by and far at this point. And secondly, on top of that, how does this affect the voyage? He's now got far more fuel-intensive ships for the voyage to Tsushima. For the voyage, so that's going to be fun for him to get. But he's got an easier job in some ways in training and better accommodations as well. And I would say, how does the world react? The world's going to be blooming scared. But Tsushima could be interesting because if you've got that many Ganguts, if you consider... For Zelensky, if he's replaced all his he has 4 battleships. He has 8 battleships and 3 coastal battleships. So if he replaces all 11 of those with Ganguts, he's now got a massive firepower advantage. A massive firepower advantage. We're talking he is taking along with him 132 12-inch guns. Yeah, that could be... I forgot to add in any ads manually this evening, so YouTube could be making a protest on that. I should remember to add in ads manually. I should do that, because YouTube gets upset with you when you don't. I have noticed that. If I want to keep the videos going for longer, I need to remember to add in ads. Everyone has to remind me next time I have to manually add in an ad pretty much once an hour, okay? So if it gets to an hour and I've forgotten to add in an ad, tell me I need to add in an ad to make YouTube happy, okay? Please do that, just for me. I
can automate that.
Hmm?
I think I can automate that.
That would probably be good. Because I need to remember in lives to add in an ad basically every hour. But in this battle... Okay, considering he still will have done some gunnery training, some things, and considering the relative speed of the Gangut class, which are not bad ships, they can do 24 knots. So they can do 24 knots. They're going to be faster than their Japanese counterparts. He's going to have 11 of them. He could actually win that battle, and he could annihilate the Japanese theoretically with that fleet if he can get it under any kind of the same level of control he achieved with his battleships at that battle, where he managed to get them working in line and actually do something in the fight. In this scenario, they'd be far more powerful and they'd have far greater range of firepower. Yeah. Be interesting. Can you add ads to your own merchandise? No, you can't. And is that all the questions?
Yep, that's the last one.
Yay! So, thank you very much everyone for watching. YouTube is at the point at which it is now flashing angry yellow signs at me, which is saying, you know, we're not receiving enough video to maintain a smooth stream, which, considering it's coming from Restream, and Restream is not complaining at all, and is saying it's perfectly fine, and is doing perfectly fine on Twitch, as well as just sending it to YouTube, I believe about as much as... I wonder if I press the insert ad button whether the yellow bar will go away. Shall we do it as a test to see?
Yeah, why not? You got a captive audience here. It does not look like YouTube's API allows me to moderate or allows me to automate putting in ads.
No.
But I think maybe something that you can set up in your settings.
They like you to set it up as an automated thing where they control and they add in the ads. And they try and predict it and add in the ads for you, which gets annoying for me.
The problem is with YouTube
settings.
that they do it on a per user basis and not on a server wide basis.
Thanks, Mimic. Thank you for the chat, the questions. Thank you, Stafford. Thank you, Ins Morrison. Thank you, DG40. Thank you, everyone who's been here. Hope you enjoyed the questions. Thank you, all mods. Thank you to Fleet. Thank you to Runon for being here and chatting away this evening. Thank you, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope you found it interesting. I do realise these are now turning into roughly, usually a little over 4 hours, 4.5 hours, something streams on a regular basis. I'm going to try and definitely keep that up through the Christmas period. And when I say through the Christmas period, I'm including the fact that one of these, there are various live scheduled things. I even have a live scheduled for the 26th of December for Boxing Day. So there will be a live on Boxing Day for anyone who wishes to... how do I put this? Who would like to join a live on Boxing Day, there will be a live in the evening on Boxing Day, i.e. the 26th of December. And there will be a Bruships on the 29th of December. And then, basically, it will be just, as normal, flowing through the month. And I have got some around me. If I open up that... and that, and I find the orange one. Yeah, there we go. In fact, on the 26th of December, it's going to be Patron Live. There's going to be one of the Patron topics. The votes are in. I'm going to be announcing those shortly. I just haven't got round to, with all the plumbers, doing it properly, and I'm going to do it properly. And yeah, it should be fun. It should be a lot of fun. And next week is hopefully going to be the Christmas books, which I hope you will enjoy. And I'm going to try and start off, hopefully from tomorrow, 10 books for top 10 books for this Christmas, which are going to include 5 new books and 5 older books, which I think you might enjoy. And they're going to come out as shorts. That's going to be the first 10 shorts to come out for a while. They're going to come out one a day, 10 countdown between the 2nd and 11th of December. Alright. Thank you very much, everyone. Looking forward to tomorrow on Fleet of Ocean's channel. That's going to be me. I have a feeling it could end up being Runon. Yeah. The ads were as amazing. Please note, everyone, the ads ran, and now I apparently have an excellent connection with YouTube. Ran the ad, and I've gone from yellow warnings to an excellent connection. This is how I get banned from YouTube, isn't it? Oh. Yeah. Well, I will just have to remember to add them in manually. I will have to do that. And thank you very much, everyone, and take care. Christmas books sound good. I wonder how many I already own. Well, yeah, there I can. The interesting the 5 which have been the most interesting to put through are the 5 older ones which you might not have. So basically, the 10 questions are the 10 books are 5 2024 books which which are brand new, and 5 older ones. And well, Runon, do you want to say goodbye to everyone?
Nope. Thank you very much. I think if I am fulfilling the role of an excellent producer, I need to get chat to up their standards as to what an excellent producer is. But
You
thank
are
you
doing
all,
an excellent job.
Yeah. I'll catch you next time.
I'm starting to feel more like Dave Ramsey, though. Who I just found nicest way. I got this lovely message from YouTube the other day. You've been having guests on your show. These are other YouTubers who famously have guests and talk to people on their show. One of them was Dave Ramsey, who's usually chatting with his producer at various points and a co-host. And I just sitting there going. And also Linus Tech Tips came up. You know, the one he does with Linus and Luke do together?
The LAN show.
Yeah, LAN show. That
WAN
one came
show,
up. The WAN show. That sort of came up. And, you know, it was a case of, So that's what I'm being compared to by YouTube's logarithm now. I wish I had those numbers in viewership. I wouldn't be so worried about how many books I want to buy and how many pictures I want to buy. I'd be going, ooh. Actually, no, if me and Drac had that viewership, for the Linus Tech Tips viewership, oh, good lord. Just think of the libraries we'd build.
Yeah. Information Mimic, there's the small issue of I literally cannot stand the sound of my own voice. So, I wouldn't want to narrate anything because I don't want to inflict that on anybody else.
Ah, well. Soon, hopefully that changes. Thank you very much, Aaron.
Here's the hoping.
It will, my friend. Take
night,
care,
y'all.
everyone. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, everyone who's been here chatting away. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you found it fun. And yeah, just thank you, and thank you on Twitch as well as YouTube. It's you know, as I said, I've started doing it so that lives on Thursdays and Sundays are broadcast on both, because I hope it reaches more people and people enjoy it. And it comes up as just chatting on YouTube, on Twitch, because they don't have a setting for broadcasting history educational content. But I hope people enjoy it. Take care.
To Twitch, thank you Ancient Evils, thank you Benno0420, thank you Green Welly 24, Nightwolf 112, and thank you Minitsum, I guess.
Thank you
for sticking around for pretty much the bulk of the live.
Yeah, thank you, and Jonathan Moon as well, and all the others who've been on there today. It's fun. It's been a lot. It's a lot of fun doing the Twitch streams, I have to admit, and adding them in, because as I said, my plan is to always reach as many people as possible and pass on the love of naval history, and I hope everyone's enjoying it. Clarke and Drac outdo Alexandria. We would try. Take care, everyone. Have fun, and thank you. Oh, and Timu, I will have to talk to you, not this week, but next week. I have something to talk to you about. Toodles.
Run.